Good morning. Bonjour à tout le monde. Good morning. My name is Eric Mahoro from Never Again, Rwanda. I would like to just communicate that we have tea and coffee for welcome outside. So feel free to grab a cup of tea or coffee in the remaining 10 minutes before we begin. Thank you very much. Il y a du thé et du café à l'extérieur, s'il vous plaît. Um, Vous pouvez prendre une tasse de thé ou du café avant qu'on commence. Merci beaucoup.
Test, 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 test. Allô?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to request everybody to get seated. We will begin our conference in the next few minutes. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous demande de vous asseoir. Nous allons commencer notre conférence dans quelques minutes. Mwaramutse, turabasaba kwinjira, tugiye gutangira inama yacu mu minota mikeya. Murakoze.
morning. Good morning. Yeah, I hope you've had a great morning. So let's have our seats. Before we start, I just want to take you through the program. Yeah, we are sort of being late. It's normally not our habit, so we do apologize for that. I would request to check in your bags and you turn to page 12. Are we on page 12? Yeah, as you can see on the program, we are to have opening remarks by Neve again. Then after that, we are to have remarks by Interpeace, remarks by the Embassy of Sweden in Rwanda, and a keynote by the National Unity and Reconciliation Commission. After that session, we are to have the presentations on the first theme, which will be focusing on healing and social cohesion. We are to have a presentation by Dr. Darius Gishoma, Genocide and Extreme Violence, Understanding Wounds, Trauma, and Healing Approaches in Post-Conflict Societies. This session will be facilitated by Mukango Bituimakire. The next presentation will be presented by Florence Batoni, who is the Peace Building Programs Coordinator at Never Again Rwanda. She will be presenting approaches to healing, Never Again's Rwanda experiences and lessons learned from the society healing interventions. Then we shall be having a break where we shall have some coffee and some few snacks. Then as we come back, we are to have a short video on Never Again's approaches in healing. After the video, we are to have some presentations. The next presentation will be assessing similarities, particularities of Holocaust and the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi and healing approaches in both contexts. This presentation will be presented by Dr. Teresa from Kent State University. After our presentation, we are to have the drivers of resilience in post-genocide and conflict societies, which will be presented to us by Professor Inesco Saban. After those two presentations, we are to have an open discussion on what the presenters will have presented. And then we shall have a break, a lunch break. And after the lunch break, we are to come back for the second theme, which will be focusing on justice frameworks, healing and reconciliation, the role of reparations and compensations for healing and reconciliation, which will be presented to us by Dr. Ajay Shakamugabe. After his presentation, we are to have a presentation on transitional justice mechanisms in post-genocide and conflict societies. and Effects on Healing, International Perspective by Graham Sampson. Then the next presentation will be Transitional Justice Mechanisms in Post-Genocide and Conflict Societies and their Effects on Healing, the case study of Rwanda. This will be presented by Aris Kariches. This session will be facilitated by Professor Stefan Wolf from Weber State University. Yeah, allow me to take you through some housekeeping rules. We would like to take this opportunity to kindly request those with smartphones to kindly put them in a silent mode so that they don't interfere with the systems. For those ones who might want to go for miscellaneous activities, you just get out and you turn on your right, you will see the restrooms. If you have any issue, just talk to the ushers. They have badges which says organizers. So make sure that you don't get lost. As you might be knowing, with the changing trends in media, I know people want to communicate what is taking place regarding this important conference that we're having. So I would like to inform you that the hashtags for the conference are hashtags. The hashtags are interconf on healing. Another hashtag is peace building. For the Wi-Fi, it's Marriott Conference. The password is Kilimanjaro. Yeah, as I said, the hashtag is conf. This is the Wi-Fi. Conf with capital C-O-N-F. Then O-N with capital O. And then healing with capital H. So we do have simultaneous translation. For those who are fluent in French, you can turn on channel 2, and those who are fluent in English turn to channel 1. And we do also have our beneficiaries among the participants. So ngira ngo abavuga ururimi rw'Ikinyarwanda mushire kuri 0. Yeah, allow me to acknowledge the presence of different participants in this conference. We are honored to have the guest of honor, who is the Executive Secretary of the National Unity and Reconciliation Commission, Mr. Fide Ndaisaba. And I would like to take this opportunity to request you to take the front seat. Yeah, allow me to also recognize the presence of the Deputy Director General of Interpeace, Ms. Renée Larivière. But the Nera Riviere means the birth of a river. So I hope next time I'll be more fluent in French. Yeah, allow me also to recognize the presence of Dr. Butera Jean Bosco, the patron of Never Again. Allow me to also take the opportunity to recognize the presence of the Swedish ambassador designate to Rwanda, Miss Jenny Olson. There is a saying that if you want to have any trouble, pronounce the name in a funny way. So I've tried to avoid that. Yeah, amidst us, we would also have the Interpeace Regional Director, Jean-Paul Mugiraneza. Yeah, he's based in Nairobi. We do also have the Interpeace Regional Advisor, Mr. Johan. We do also have the Executive Secretary of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission of Kenya, Sheikh Hassan Mohammed. We do also have representatives of different government institutions, delegates from the diplomatic corps. We have the Swiss diplomats with us. Miss Carolina, you're most welcome. We have delegates from the EU, you are most welcome. We have delegates from our partner institutions, GIZ, you are most welcome. We do also have delegates from DFID, Mr. Mark, you're most welcome. I also want to recognize the presence of Never Again board members, the chair, Mr. Albert, thank you for making, and the Never Again staff. Allow me also to recognize various civil society organizations present tonight. I see delegates from International Art, Elisateru Huka, Farij, Ibuka, Ages Trust, Wisengani Manzi, Iriba. Yeah, just to mention a few. Thanks for making it. We do also have representatives from the National Police. We also have some international delegates. So when I met some of them yesterday, they told me Kigali is smart and we haven't met any trouble. I told them it's because of the police. So I want to recognize the presence of the National Police. Thank you for coming. We do have participants from DRC, so allow me to, I won't mention all the names, but you can wave to the participants so that we can recognize your presence. So there are among our partner organizations, Rio, Pole, APC, you are most welcome. We do also have our cousins from Burundi. I will request you to also wave to the participants. Yeah, we also have delegates from Somalia. Kindly wave to the Alhamdulillah. Yeah, allow me to recognize the presence of Chantal from the Central African Republic. Merci beaucoup. We do have Dr. Alexandros Lords from Cyprus. Thank you for making it. He arrived almost 4 a.m., so they called me when he had got lost. But we are honored, irrespective of arriving in the morning, but by 8:30, he was around. We do also have a participant from Swiss, Christella. Thanks for making it. We have 5 international speakers. Mr. Graham Simpson, Dr. Rory, Professor Teresa, Professor Inesco, Dr. Valerie. We thank you for taking your time out of your busy schedule to come for this important meeting. We also have the 5 national speakers, Dr. Darius, Iris Karechezi, Dr. Alfred, Dr. Ajay, and Professor Mbonyinebe Deo. So we also have 3 Rwandan facilitators that will take us through these sessions. Dr. Eric Ndushabandi, Assumpta Mugiraneza, Professor Stephanie, and Mutes Betty. Yeah. Before I end with the participants, I want to recognize the representative of the Ministry of Health, Dr. Yvonne Kaiteshonga, who is the head of the Mental Health Department. Thank you for being with us. And also the presence of the media houses. Yeah, because of the nature of this conference, I was given an easy task of being the MC. I had never been an MC. I'm used to giving speeches. So I told them, because we have important people and we are discussing important issues, so because of the respect that I have for the participants, and also because of the essential issues we are to be discussing, I accepted to be your MC tonight. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Joseph Nkurunziza, the country director for Never Again Rwanda. I'm pleased and honored to welcome you to this international conference on healing and social cohesion in post-genocide and violent societies, which is actually the first of its kind to be hosted by Never Again. The conference is organized in light of a 4-year program on societal healing and participatory governance for sustainable peace in Rwanda. The program is implemented by Never Again in partnership with Interpeace under the support of the Swedish government. I thank you for honoring our invitation to this conference. Since it's your first time to meet Never Again, I would like to suggest that we watch a short video for 5 minutes that will take you through both to the organization and the program so that you can be able to understand why we are having this conference. So kindly, I request you to watch the short video.
Imagine Rwandans, young and old, engaging in processes of healing and inclusive dialogue to overcome social divisions, wounds, and to work collaboratively across divides, utilizing
Yeah, thank you. I never wanted to do the talking. I wanted the doing to do the talking. Our guest of honor, Excellencies, distinguished guests, all protocol observed, allow me to welcome Dr. Butera Jean Bosco, the patron of Never Again Rwanda, to give his welcome remarks.
Thank you. Good morning. Before I start, please allow me to kindly request that we observe a minute of silence in memory of Professor Nason Munyandamutsa, who was the country director of this organization before he passed away in May this year. When I wrote to Joseph to convey my condolences, he responded, I quote, Dr. Nason was very special for all of us as a colleague and a friend, but maybe most of all as a true peace builder with a huge heart for the individual and humanity. We are deeply saddened by the loss of him, but also very grateful that we have had the opportunity to meet with him and to learn from his great personality. Please let's observe a minute of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Fidel Ndaisaba, Executive Secretary of the Rwanda National Unity and Reconciliation Commission, and our guest of honor, Your Excellency Ambassador Jenny Olson, Ambassador Designate of the Kingdom of Sweden, Madame Renée Lavrivière, Deputy Director General Interpeace, Dr. Joseph Nkurunziza, Country Director Never Again, all delegates from different parts that were represented this morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to add all protocol observed in case I forgot some very important, because I can recognize, for example, the chairperson of the National Commission, the National Cohesion Commission of Kenya, so I'm sure I will forget some people. Please allow me to say all protocol observed. On behalf of Never Again Rwanda, as the organization patron, it is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you and host you to this international conference on healing and social cohesion organized in partnership by Never Again Rwanda and Interpeace in the context of their joint societal healing program that aims to create safe spaces for peace to enable youth and community members from diverse backgrounds to share their traumatic past, discuss their grievances, and support each other in the healing process through dialogue, as shown on the video that they just showed us. I think it was a great idea to show us the video so that we can acquaint ourselves with the program. Across the world, studies have shown that consequences of extreme violence, genocide, crimes against humanity, and other gross violations of human rights mark for life, often long after the physical wounds have gone, and need to be well addressed to avoid eliciting future violence. Consolidation of peace towards stability and development goes through healing as a continuous sharing and caring process that fosters stronger unity with communities. At this juncture, allow me to register my sincere appreciation to the National Unity and Reconciliation Commission, other government institutions like the Commission for the Fight Against Genocide. I'm looking at the French acronym, as well as other peace practitioners from civil society organizations for their remarkable effort to bring back Rwandan together. Indeed, through this collaborative effort, the government and the people of Rwanda have made a tremendous journey from the abyss of the 1994 genocide against Tutsi. The Healing and Social Cohesion Program aims to continue this effort, as we are all aware that healing needs further nurturing and time. It also needs a collaborative approach. As I understand, there has been a first step experience sharing among some peace-building practitioners in Rwanda that was made, and it coincided with the recent celebration of International Day of Peace. And today's conference as a starting point of a regional and international network on healing. I do believe that's why we have participants from different countries, and I was pleased to hear the presence of our sister from Central Africa, where they have been working quite hard as women of Central Africa to bring together Muslim and Christian communities in that country that was also going through difficult time. Bringing together this conference is in the same vein of working together. Indeed, I'm convinced that we are all eager to learn and exchange about the practices of healing and restoration of social fabric after extreme violence and a genocide in Rwanda, from the region, other parts of the world, and learn how this can inform and enrich our work in our respective context. Before I conclude, please allow me to commend Never Again Rwanda, and in particular their leaders and initiators, Dr. Joseph Nkurunziza and Albert Nzamukwereka, who have nurtured this organization from the early days when they started at the university in Butare, now Huye, into a vibrant and, most importantly, a transformative organization that seeks a future with a responsive, creative, fully engaged, and critical thinking citizenry. My concluding thanks go to Her Excellency the Ambassador of Sweden designate, because with the generous support of Sweden, that's how the societal healing program got on track. I wish all of us very successful, productive, and forward-looking exchanges. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Butera. As you have seen in the video, Never Again and Interpeace think together, implement together, monitor together. We collaborate in both societal healing and participatory governance, as well as the Great Lakes Cross-Border Initiative. Madame Renee is the Deputy Director of Interpeace, based in Geneva. I therefore take this opportunity to welcome you, Madame Renee, to deliver your remarks.
Bonjour, good morning. Guest of honor, Executive Secretary of the National Unity Reconciliation Commission, members of the board and staff of Never Again Rwanda and Interpeace, honorable members of the Parliament of Rwanda, Excellence Ambassador Designate of Sweden, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Executive Secretary of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission of Kenya, representatives of government institutions, delegates from countries represented in the conference, representatives of different organizations, researchers, experts, and media participating in the conference, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today and take part in this discussion on the very important topic of healing. It's wonderful to see how far Rwanda has come, building up from the pain and destruction of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. The country's steady progress on the development path is truly remarkable. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to say just a few words about my organization, Interpeace, and our work here in Rwanda. Interpeace is an international peace-building organization. It was created in 1994. It was created at a time when the international community was struggling with how to better support conflict affected by countries affected by conflict. And so Interpeace decided to initially pilot a project to try out a new approach that sought to put the very people affected by conflict in the driver's seat. This specifically meant going beyond the traditional way of working with just the political elite, but working from the premise that everyone, including individuals, grassroots, civil society, and the political elite, together, they have a role to play in helping rebuild peace. It's also for this reason that we develop peace-building programs together with local partners, building on existing structures and organizations. What started as a modest initiative to develop new and innovative ways to resolve conflict has taken us on an extraordinary journey where we are now working in 22 countries. Here in Rwanda, we work in partnership with Never Again Rwanda, an organization that has been an active peace-building actor for the past 14 years. Never Again Rwanda is a leading organization and practitioner seeking to learn and innovate new ideas so that citizens can all become part of a nation's process to ensure durable peace. Healing is key and a fundamental component of peace building. In Rwanda, the government has put in place various mechanisms for healing and reconciliation, such as the Gacaca courts and the National Unity and Reconciliation Commission, just to name a few. However, many experiences across the world have shown and demonstrated that healing a society takes several decades and a diverse set of tools and approaches. In fact, we all know that there are no shortcuts or simple recipes for healing the wounds and divisions of a society in the aftermath of violence. Creating trust and understanding between former enemies is an extremely difficult challenge. For society to truly recover and reconcile from violence, it's necessary for people to gradually heal from their wounds. In fact, healing is key in helping the younger generation of a nation prevent any future episodes of violence. If the burdens and wounds of the past are not continuously given attention, then these create obstacles to national healing and to building strong social cohesion among citizens. Interpeace has worked in Rwanda since 2002. Over the course of the years, we had the privilege of working closely with Dr. Nason Munyadamutsa, God rest his soul. And the healing work, this healing work, was a big part of his vision and commitment to Rwanda. Dr. Nason has left a lasting legacy here in Rwanda, but also with each and every one of us and in our hearts. He was a man of deep wisdom, generous with his time, a passionate peace builder and human being so generous with everyone that had the privilege of walking the same path as him. He left a piece of himself and wisdom in all of us. We were inspired here in Rwanda by the fact that the country is emerging as a leader in healing and in reconciliation. This offers an opportunity for other countries to be inspired and to learn from the country's experience. For instance, Interpeace's work in Rwanda inspired the development of the Social Reconciliation Index in Cyprus. This index has since been adapted and used in Ukraine and in Nepal. As we begin our discussions over the course of the coming 2 days, we wish to thank all of you for making time to participate in this important conference. We especially like to thank the government of Sweden for its continued support and accompaniment in this important journey. I'd also like to thank Never Again Rwanda for the high-quality collaboration with us and also for organizing an excellent conference. We wish to also acknowledge the government of Rwanda for its focused approach in putting in place various mechanisms for healing and reconciliation. And last but not least, we wish to thank all the speakers and the participants present here today. It's really impressive to see the diversity of scholars, practitioners, and policy experts that are present here in the room. As we look forward to diverse perspectives that will inform the discussions at this conference, let us seize the opportunity to learn from your knowledge and sharing of experiences. Let us participate and debate in the conference. Let us draw inspiration. Let us share the lessons learned more broadly in the world beyond the hall of this conference. For us at Interpeace, we will continue to support such discussions and debate. We will endeavor to continue elevating our support of the Rwanda's people's quest for sustainable peace. Allow me to conclude my remarks by wishing you fruitful deliberation. Merci.
Thank you, Madame Renée, for the great remarks. This program would not have been possible without the generous support of our esteemed partners, most especially the Swedish government. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Ambassador-designate Madame Jean to give her remarks.
Good morning. Guest of honor, Executive Secretary of National Unity and Reconciliation Commission, members of the board and staff of Never Again Rwanda and Interpeace, honorable members of Rwandan Parliament, members of Diplomatic Corps, Executive Secretary of National Cohesion and Integration Commission of Kenya, representatives of government institutions, delegates from different countries represented here in the conference, representatives of different organizations, researchers, experts, media participating in the conference, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, all protocols observed. It's a great honor for the Embassy of Sweden to be here today at this international conference on societal healing. This work by Never Again Rwanda, supported by Interpeace, is part of a program entitled Societal Healing and Participatory Governance in Rwanda, which is fully funded by Sweden. Only 20 years ago, since the genocide against the Tutsis in 1994, which claimed more than 1 million lives and left the social fabric in Rwanda in shambles, strong political will, impressive determination, and numerous state and civil society-led initiatives have contributed to the establishment of peaceful coexistence between individuals and groups of diverse backgrounds in Rwanda. For example, Gacaca, the much celebrated homegrown solution that enabled the trial of a substantial number of genocide cases is widely recognized as playing an instrumental role in creating the foundation for state building in the post-genocidal period. However, the process of post-genocide reconciliation in Rwanda cannot be limited to the provision of justice. It also requires the acknowledgement of challenges related to lingering wounds that still lies with the population. It was not possible to give all affected individuals the adequate psychological support during or after the gacaca process, resulting in residual and unaddressed tensions within the society. Individuals can suffer trauma in a variety of ways and for a variety of reasons. Many studies demonstrate particular long-term consequences of massive organized violence, such as war and genocide, on mental health and psychosocial conditions. Through its effect on individuals, trauma can also have a dramatic influence on communities. For example, when trauma becomes prevalent, society can lose the sense of trust. Trauma also has a way of spiraling out of control. Human rights violations create massive trauma, which can, in turn, fuel additional human rights violations, and so on. Unresolved trauma can also be transmitted across generations. Trauma-induced social division can form the basis of historical myths that can come to be a central part of a group identity. These myths can be activated consciously or unconsciously and ignite conflict in the future. As we will hear today, healing of trauma can prevent future violence and facilitate reconciliation. And the first step to healing is recognizing that there is a wound. As has been mentioned, studies show that approximately 26% of Rwandan society still suffers from symptoms of trauma from the genocide, over a quarter of the country's population. This large number brings a certain sense of urgency, and we appreciate the work of Never Again Rwanda and Interpeace to bring this to our attention. The importance of tailoring healing techniques to local condition is exemplified by the impressive work by Never Again Rwanda and other organizations in Rwanda after the genocide. We have seen different programs utilizing reflection and discussion in small groups and holding lectures to help victims understand why the genocide occurred, what effects these type of experience can have on individuals and communities, and how healing can be achieved. We have also seen a series of radio programs produced and broadcasts around Rwanda to help people understand and deal with their feelings. The work by Never Again Rwanda on healing has also included the establishment of permanent spaces for peace, where diverse groups of citizens convene to dialogue on different healing topics. The goal of this activity being to transform community members into agents of change who own mediation and dialogue as a strategy to foster reconciliation. As a spokesperson for the Swedish feminist foreign policy, I must applaud Never Again Rwanda on acknowledging women in this work by establishing gender homogeneous groups as necessary in order to provide a more protected space where women and men can explore personal healing relevant for their gender-specific experiences and wounds. Finally, I congratulate both Never Again Rwanda and Interpeace on the important work they have done thus far on this topic. The Swedish Embassy is proud to be part of this journey towards a peaceful Rwandan society with you. I wish you all fruitful discussions throughout these 2 days, and I am sure we will learn something from each other's different experiences and knowledge. Exchanges with international practitioners and policymakers, such as you here today, ensure that we use innovative, appropriate, and recognized approaches and tools for healing and reconciliation in Rwanda and beyond. Murakoze.
Thank you, Ambassador Designate. As you might be knowing, you can't build peace single-handedly. So in building peace, you need to work with governments and government institutions. That's why Never Again has been collaborating with the government of Rwanda, but more especially with the National Unity and Reconciliation Commission. We are honored to have the Executive Secretary, who is our guest of honor today. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Mr. Fide Ndaisaba to give us the opening remarks, and also I take this opportunity to request him to open the conference officially. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Your Excellency, the Ambassador Designate of the Kingdom of Sweden, dear members of the board of Never Again, Rwanda, and the country director and the entire staff, Deputy Director General of Interpeace from Geneva, and the regional director from Nairobi, my friend, the patron of Never Again Rwanda, Dr. Butera, representative of government institutions here present, the Executive Secretary of National Cohesion Integration Commission from Kenya, representative of diplomatic missions and international organizations, distinguished delegates, good morning. It's an honor and a privilege to be with you this morning at the opening of this important conference on healing and social cohesion. The genocide committed against the Tutsi in Rwanda, which is the worst violence in this century, was largely a result of long-standing bad governance led by divisionism and hateful politics that characterized Rwanda during both colonial and post-independence period in the first and the second so-called republics. The devastating consequences of genocide were immense, including loss of over 1 million of lives of Rwandans for only being born called Tutsi, destruction of economic and social infrastructure, psychological and physical wounds, as well as social breakdown of Rwandan community, to name but few. The end of the dark history of bad governance, the new leadership of Rwanda chose good governance, unity, and national reconciliation among the core pillars of post-genocide reconstruction, peace, and development. In the same line, the government of Rwanda established a conducive environment and has therefore built a strong partnership with development partners and civil society organizations involved in good governance and peace-building initiatives. Rwanda's determination to attain unity and reconciliation of our people has been demonstrated through its vision, which places emphasis on good governance, the rule of law, human rights, and improvement of welfare for citizens, including various pro-poor programs, promoting social cohesion and eradication of poverty, like 1 cow per family, and other programs to deal with extreme poverty. The unity and reconciliation initiatives at different levels have been strategically focused on promoting spirit of identity after socially destroyed social fabric, combat genocide ideology to prevent future violence, establish the rule of law, combat divisionism and discrimination, boosting healing physical and psychological wounds, building interpersonal relationship based on trust, truth-telling, repentance, forgiveness, and remembrance and commemoration of genocide against the Tutsi with the aim of making never again a reality. And let me reiterate that we should say never again and zero tolerance to any room of genocide ideology in this humanity, whatever being in the name of political space, freedom of expression and opinion, whatever and whoever attacking unity of any society has to be detected rapidly and punished legally. Furthermore, various approaches, including civic education, through community sensitization, advocacy for needy people, research, consultative discussions, and have been proved to be instrumental in boosting reconciliation process in post-genocide Rwanda. The healing is a critical element that helps people to deal with their traumatic past in a way that makes them confident and active citizens to enable them to participate in governance and development of their country. Despite our sound approaches and quick achievement, it is fair to acknowledge the societal healing, which is a process that takes a long time, with transgeneration implications, and that there is still much to do on our journey of healing and reconciliation. It is important to say that despite high levels of tolerance, 97% as per the Reconciliation Barometer of Rwanda of 2015, social cohesion in public places has been recognized by Rwandans as being at the top in our reconciliation barometer, that healing of psychological wound is still a challenge that requires a public awareness of symptoms and healing approaches. And we recognize that unhealed wounds are one of the major challenges to reconciliation, profound reconciliation, and it could revive violence. The Rwanda Reconciliation Barometer revealed that the key challenges to reconciliation are ethnic stereotypes, genocide ideology, and wounds. Therefore, there is a need for continued effort to promote societal healing through various approaches, such as dialogue that enables people to understand and discuss these challenges in a non-harm and non-violent way. The truth is that these challenges cannot be addressed by one actor, but a combined expertise and effort from both relevant government institutions, partners, including civil society organizations, to make a greater impact and build strong synergies in the area of healing and reconciliation. I wish to reiterate our government support in the collaboration and promotion of healing initiatives, and I wish to congratulate Never Again Rwanda, Interpeace, for establishing a societal healing program to contribute to healing endeavors in post-genocide Rwanda. I also wish to thank our partners, especially Swedish Embassy, for funding Never Again Rwanda and Interpeace to implement this important societal healing program and other interventions in peace building in our country. In the same vein, our appreciation goes to all experts and practitioners from the region and abroad who came to attend and share experiences and practices of healing and reconciliation from their practice and from their respective settings. And I have no doubt that you will be also inspired by Rwanda's experience, and I welcome your contribution to its thorough advancement. I hope this conference will provide practical and successful approaches to healing and reconciliation used in other post-conflict societies that Rwanda will learn from to enrich existing and emerging healing interventions. Let me also thank all our partners in the journey of reconciliation and peace building in our country here present, and I wish you fruitful deliberation and declare this conference open. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Fidel Ndaisaba, the Executive Secretary of the National Unity and Reconciliation Commission, for those wonderful opening remarks. I want to apologize, we are behind schedule, but we also did start with breakfast, so our brains are still intact. Some few years when we were still in school, when it would come to lunch, before lunch we would doze, and after lunch we would doze. So, but to avoid that, we started with breakfast. So, we had to have the coffee break after the first theme. Allow me to invite Immaculée Mukangubito, the Never Again Director of Operations and Quality Assurance, to take us over in the next session. I also want to request our guests to take their seats.
Good morning to everyone. Bonjour. Ngaramutse. Yego. Après les messages d'encouragement, mais aussi de soutien, permettez que nous passions à la session comme Dr Joseph vient de vous le demander. Et merci à Dr Joseph de m'avoir introduit. Alors, pour la traduction, for those who speak English, please try channel 1. Pour le français, non, je vais parler en français. Mu Kinyarwanda, ni ugukoresha gatatu. mwabafasha abo muri protocole kugira ngo abantu babashe gukurikira. English channel 1, Ikinyarwanda channel 3. Gatatu, pardon. Voilà. Alors, nous allons commencer les présentations, avec votre permission, les présentations et les discussions en rapport avec les thématiques de notre conférence. Et pour rappel, je voudrais vous rappeler que nous avons 3 thématiques qui vont nous occuper pendant ces 2 jours. La première thématique est en rapport avec le healing et la cohésion sociale, que nous allons commencer immédiatement. La deuxième thématique est en rapport avec les mécanismes de la justice transitionnelle, healing et réconciliation. Et la troisième thématique est en rapport avec la mémoire et l'identité. Voilà, donc sans tarder, nous allons commencer avec le thème sur le healing et la cohésion sociale. Nous aurons plusieurs intervenants, mais la session que je vais faciliter, j'aurai 3 présentateurs ou présentatrices. Et je voudrais inviter Dr Darius Guichoma de nous rejoindre avec Madame Florence Batoni. Voilà. Alors, Dr Darius, il va présenter sur les questions en rapport avec les approches. Donc, son sujet s'intitule « Génocide et extrême violence, comprendre les blessures psychologiques et les approches de trauma healing dans le contexte post-violence ou dans le contexte après-violence ». Et Madame Batoni, Florence, elle va parler des approches du healing en partageant l'expérience de Never Again Rwanda, comme on l'a dit depuis ce matin. Et après les 2 présentations, nous aurons une petite pause. Et pour compléter la présentation de Batoni, nous aurons un petit film documentaire qui illustre aussi l'expérience de Never Again. Chaque présentation va durer 20 minutes et j'espère que nous pourrons être capables de se rattraper sur le temps. Alors, peut-être pour la journée, comme nous commençons la journée, Dr Joseph avait annoncé l'agenda, donc après la deuxième partie qui va être facilitée par Madame Betty Moutessi portera sur l'analyse des similarités et des particularités de l'Holocauste avec le génocide perpétré contre les Tutsis au Rwanda. Et elle va aussi parler en termes d'approches qui sont utilisées dans les 2 situations. Donc, elle va nous permettre de comprendre les approches à utiliser dans les 2 contextes. Il y aura une autre présentation qui va être donnée par professeur Rienesco et ça va porter sur les tutelles de la résilience. Nous parlons de questions de blessures psychologiques, de traumatismes, mais nous avons appris que nous pouvons nous appuyer sur ces tutelles de résilience. Et beaucoup de participants sont impatients d'écouter attentivement aussi sur quoi on peut s'appuyer pour se remettre debout. À chaque fois, après les présentations, donc après ce panel que je vais faciliter, nous aurons une discussion de 40 minutes. Dans l'après-midi, on va entrer dans la discussion sur la justice transitionnelle et le healing et la réconciliation. Nous aurons des présentations par Dr Agé Mugabe et Graham Simpson et puis Alice Karekezi. Mais avant peut-être de conclure le programme, je dirais officiel, Nous avons des sessions aussi optionnelles à 17 heures pour le partage des expériences des organisations qui sont ici participants, qui n'ont pas probablement, qui ont aussi beaucoup à apprendre, mais aussi à partager. Et nous espérons que les présentations de la journée vont inspirer les organisations respectives qui ont envie aussi de mettre en place des programmes sur le healing. Donc, je vous invite aussi à rester, même si c'est optionnel, ceux qui ont la possibilité de suivre ces discussions à 17h30, après 17h30. Alors, sans tarder, je vais passer la parole à Dr. Darius Guichoma. Je pense que vous avez dans ce bouquet les présentations des conférenciers, mais je voudrais rappeler que Darius est professeur senior lecturer à l'Université du Rwanda, donc, et qu'il est aussi clinicien au centre hospitalier universitaire de Kigali, et qu'il est membre du comité de conseil de Never Again en matière de healing. Alors, sans tarder, Dr. Darius, je vous passe la parole pour 20 minutes. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Immaculée. Quand on m'a proposé de prendre la parole sur le thème de génocide et violences extrêmes, comprendre les blessures psychologiques et les approches de guérison utilisées dans les périodes post-conflit, en particulier le cas du Rwanda, le premier mot qui m'est venu à l'esprit, c'était la présence d'une absence. La présence d'une absence d'une personne qui aura beaucoup inspiré les pratiques de healing au Rwanda. Et je ne me rendais pas seulement compte de la présence de son absence, mais je me rendais également compte de sa présence, parce que la plupart de ce que je vais présenter s'inspire des conférences qu'il a fait. J'ai essayé de retrouver ces conférences sur ce qu'il pensait des blessures et des stratégies de guérison. La deuxième chose dont je vais m'inspirer, ce sont mes propres expériences cliniques. Je partirai également des rapports essentiellement du ministère de la Santé et des résultats des recherches dont j'ai pu avoir à ma disposition pour parler de ces deux thèmes. Comme vous le voyez, l'outline est très simple. On m'a proposé de parler des blessures, des traumas, et de l'autre côté, des stratégies de healing. Ce serait simple pour moi parce que chaque Rwandais qui est ici présent pourrait parler personnellement d'une blessure qui aurait intervenu dans sa vie ou d'une blessure qui aurait affecté un membre de sa famille. Il ne s'agira donc pas ici de faire une liste des blessures psychologiques subies par les gens au Rwanda, mais davantage de les évoquer pour donner une substance et un contenu à la réflexion que je me propose sur le healing et les pratiques de healing au Rwanda. Au Rwanda, comme dans d'autres contextes de violence extrême, les survivants font face au traumatisme induit par la violence subie. Et c'est ce que les 20 dernières années, la plupart des cliniciens qui sont ici au Rwanda ont eu à recevoir dans leurs services. Et en préparant cette présentation, je me suis rappelé d'une situation que nous voyions déjà dans les années 98. Et je me rappelle qu'on était à l'hôpital d'Ondera et on avait parmi les personnes qui étaient venues au service une femme qui se faisait appeler How. Comment? Elle ne s'appelait pas ainsi, mais elle croyait dur comme fer qu'elle ne parlait pas le Kinyarwanda, même si elle connaissait simplement 2 ou 3 mots de l'anglais. Dans une tentative de prendre distance et de fuir son histoire, elle était convaincue qu'elle était étrangère au Rwanda, qu'elle n'était pas rwandaise, même si tout prouvait le contraire. Pendant le génocide, cette dame qui se fait appeler Hao, avant le génocide, elle était mariée à un homme Tutsi et elle était Hutu. Et quand les choses devenaient difficiles, ils ont décidé d'envoyer leurs enfants chez leur oncle maternel qui devrait les protéger, mais il se trouve que c'est l'oncle lui-même qui a tué ses propres neveux. Et à la fin du génocide, le mari ne voulait pas d'elle et de sa famille, et il avait choisi comme domicile l'hôpital psychiatrique d'Ondera. Il va y rester presque une année, pendant laquelle les médecins essayaient de changer des médicaments comme ils pouvaient. Et je me rappelle d'une réunion où le superviseur à cette époque, qui s'appelait, qui n'était autre que Nasson, nous dit ceci. Parce que les praticiens disaient qu'elle est toujours dans ce monde, elle est délire, elle n'accepte pas de revenir. Et Nasson il dit ceci. Mais si vous la retirez de son monde, qu'est-ce que vous allez lui proposer en échange? Si elle redevient rwandaise, mère des enfants tués par leur propre oncle, que va-t-elle devenir? Où vivra-t-elle, avec qui et pour quelles raisons? Ce délire ne protège-t-il pas cette dame contre une réalité dont elle n'est pas encore capable de soutenir? Laissez-la encore un peu de temps, ne cessez pas d'établir le lien, de parler avec elle, de la nourrir. Quand elle va sentir qu'elle est suffisamment portée par l'humanité, elle va revenir. Mais sachez que vous l'accompagnerez pendant longtemps, et ce ne sont pas les médicaments qui vont la guérir, mais le retour de l'humanité. La situation d'Ohao met en scène des blessures qui portent atteinte à son intégrité psychologique, mais les blessures qui portent atteinte à la structure de la famille, parce que le génocide n'affecte pas que les individus dans leur intégrité psychologique, il affecte des familles et il détruit complètement, comme le montre cette image, toute la communauté. Cela a pris du temps avec l'aide des médecins, des thérapies soutenues, mais respectueuse du rythme d'Ohao, elle s'est réveillée et elle a été enterrer ses enfants. Elle a rencontré son mari, ils ont décidé de se séparer et elle a continué sa vie comme elle le souhaitait. Je parle d'Ohao comme une illustration, mais ils peuvent s'appeler Jeanne, Eric, Innocent. Ils sont nombreux les Rwandais qui ont fait face à des situations très difficiles, comme le montrent les chiffres faciles à lire. On a un génocide qui affecte 1 million, qui emporte 1 million de la population, c'est 1/7 de la population. Et les personnes qui sont accusées, près de 2 millions, c'est 2 sur 7 de la population, sont des Rwandais. C'est donc deux composantes importantes de la population. On a les gens qui rentrent de l'étranger et on a en même temps un mouvement out des gens qui vont vers l'exil. Et ça fait qu'on est dans un pays qui a en commun le fait d'avoir vécu plusieurs situations traumatisantes. Et la carte que nous voyons ici, c'est celle qui représente le recensement de la population en 2005, qui montrait que 1 sur 4 enfants étaient orphelins de père ou de mère. L'étude effectuée en 2012 par Munyanda Mutsa montrait effectivement que près de 80% de la population rwandaise ont été exposés à un événement gravissime qui répond à la définition d'un événement traumatique. C'est seulement 20% qui disaient ne pas avoir vécu un événement très difficile à intégrer. Et si on regarde, je me suis amusé à regarder les statistiques par rapport au niveau mondial. Le la prévalence du traumatisme dans la population générale, elle varie entre 0 et 7%, et dans la majorité des cas, elle est autour de 3 ou 5. Et quand on regarde la prévalence du trauma dans les pays post-conflit comme Éthiopie, Gaza ou au Cambodge, elle varie entre 16 et 28%. Et la prévalence du trauma au Rwanda, comme on l'a évoqué, elle est de 26%. Vous remarquez qu'elle est quand même parmi les prévalences les plus élevées dans le monde. On est donc dans une société qui a fait face aux événements traumatiques, mais en même temps, les personnes qui ont vécu ces événements ont des réactions de stress post-traumatique. 26%, c'est par rapport à la population générale, mais quand on regarde, on essaie de voir au niveau des populations spécifiques touchées, si on voit par exemple les orphelins et les veuves, la prévalence de l'état de stress post-traumatique a tendance à passer de 26 à 41 parce que c'est une population bien spécifique. Et la dépression à 48. Une étude qui a été conduite par Agnès Binagwa et ses collègues sur les femmes qui ont été victimes de viol et qui ont le VIH-Sida montre une prévalence de l'état de stress traumatique de 58%. C'est-à-dire plus on a des populations qui sont exposées, plus on a des blessures psychologiques qui sont plus importantes. Et la plupart des études reviennent tous sur la même conclusion, que ce soit l'étude de Hadiengimana, de Bolton sur la dépression dans la population générale, qui se trouve être de 15%. Mais si on regarde les enfants chefs de ménage, le taux de dépression devient encore plus important. Je vais juste souligner qu'il y a une étude qui vient d'être conduite, l'étude de Blanchet et ses collègues, sur la population générale, qui montre une prévalence de 21%. Est-ce que ça signifierait qu'on passe de 26% dans la population générale à 21%? Il faut une étude qui porterait sur une population générale, mais la tendance serait que la prévalence serait toujours autour de 20%. Pour se rendre compte de l'importance des blessures, il faut simplement voir ce qui se passe pendant les commémorations, ou sur les 10 dernières années pratiquement, on a un nombre de gens qui vont sur les sites de commémoration et autour de 4000 personnes font généralement des crises sur les lieux de commémoration qui montrent à quel point le retour de la mémoire, leur mémoire est affecté par le traumatisme. Et au-delà de la dimension souffrance en termes de PTSD ou de dépression, il faut se rendre compte de ce que j'appelle la souffrance psychosociale qui ne correspond pas nécessairement à la maladie. On a des gens qui vivent à côté d'une femme qui pense que la mort de son enfant a tué quelque chose dans sa vie. Un jeune qui se demande mais pourquoi le père a tué la moitié du village, et un autre qui vit à côté qui pense à l'expérience difficile de l'exil, mais en même temps le fait qu'il n'arrive pas à remettre la vie en place. Le lien entre les trois n'est pas toujours assuré quand on est entouré par cette souffrance psychologique. On vient de conclure la première partie qui nous montre l'importance des blessures qui affectent la population, mais quelles sont les réponses qui ont été développées, et c'est la deuxième partie. Marie-Odile Godard écrivait ceci: « Reconstruire un pays, oui, bien sûr. Un bâtiment peut être abattu et reconstruit. Un champ peut être cultivé à nouveau, après une longue période de jachère. Mais un homme détruit, de la manière dont il a été détruit au Rwanda, peut-il être reconstruit pièce par pièce ?» Les Rwandais, ils vont s'y essayer, comme l'image d'infrastructures, ils vont mettre en place, et je pense que c'est ce que font les groupes de Never Again et les groupes d'autres organisations ici présentes, ils essaient de remettre en place les membres de la communauté pour que les liens puissent encore s'établir. Et cela se fait par toute une série de pratiques. Et le healing au Rwanda, je dirais que consiste à une série de pratiques qui se situent dans un carrefour où se rencontrent des pratiques médico-psychologiques, des réalités socio-cliniques, mais aussi des réalités politiques qui dépassent le niveau d'un cadre d'une session chez le médecin ou chez le psychothérapeute. J'évoquerai brièvement 4 éléments qui font que le healing existe au Rwanda. La première chose, c'est qu'après le génocide, le Rwanda a décidé de créer des structures d'aide qui reçoivent les gens affectés par les traumas. Ils ont mis en place des services de référence à l'hôpital d'Ondera, qui était un hôpital psychiatrique, mais ils ont introduit une approche psychosociale. Ils ont mis en place ce qui s'appelait à l'époque le Centre national de traumatisme, devenu le service de consultation psychosociale. Il existe des centres de consultation psychothérapique et il y a des gens qui offrent des thérapies individuelles. Il y a Yvonne qui est ici présente, qui était avec Donna, Nasson et les autres, déjà en 1995, en train de recevoir les gens qui avaient des souffrances psychologiques. Ils offrent des thérapies individuelles jusqu'à aujourd'hui. Nasson Munyandamutsa, il disait ceci, I think Rwanda is Rwanda because there are people who dedicated themselves to be there for others, to listen for suffering. Ces personnes sont là pour créer le cadre, donner des médicaments qui soulagent la douleur, aider à formuler le passé et à s'orienter vers le futur. Et c'est l'ensemble de ce qui oriente vers le healing en termes de pratiques individuelles. La semaine passée, je rencontre une jeune qui venait dans les années 2004 à la suite des commémorations, qui a perdu ses parents, qui était en train qui a tenté de se suicider. Elle rencontre des personnes qui opéraient dans ces services. Et en discussion, elle me dit, je lui ai demandé la permission, elle me donne accès à ce qu'elle écrivait dans son agenda. Dans une période difficile de ma vie, Dieu m'a donné un don inestimable qui m'a donné la confiance à la vie, toi le docteur Nasson. C'est comme si tu m'avais remis au monde. Je vais insister sur la phrase « remettre au monde ». C'est une personne qui aujourd'hui fait sa vie, qui intègre que par le passé, il a vécu un événement difficile. Et non seulement, elle parle d'une renaissance et du fait que les gens qui se trouvent dans ces espaces sont presque des gens qui réparent la vie au sens du healing. Mais qu'est-ce qui se serait passé si on était resté au niveau de quelques personnes, au niveau Nasson, qui peuvent offrir cette thérapie? Ils étaient très très peu nombreux. Excuse-moi. Ils étaient très très peu nombreux, les experts, et on ne peut pas parler du healing si on ne met pas en place les structures de formation pour faire passer. On forme au Rwanda des psychiatres, des psychologues, et aujourd'hui, on a un nombre, on a 7 psychiatres, en 2018, ce sera 15, on a des psychologues qui sont disponibles pour suppléer et travailler avec les autres. Et on ne peut pas parler du healing s'il n'y a pas de décentralisation des services qui donnent accès, même dans les hôpitaux de district, on dispose 43 hôpitaux de district qui peuvent offrir des thérapies individuelles. Et j'ai essayé de m'arrêter un tout petit peu sur les rapports, les données par exemple du Health Management Information System pour voir quel est le nombre de gens qui ont accès à ces services. Ces hôpitaux de district ont fait, par exemple, en 2013, ils ont fait autour de 130 000 consultations. Ils ont reçu ce nombre de gens. J'ai regardé les statistiques en DERA et au service de consultation psychosociale. Il y a à peu près 200 000 personnes qui arrivent à se faire soigner dans ce système mis en place par le ministère de la Santé. Et après, j'arrive à une petite conclusion parce que les 200 000 personnes représentent près de 2% de la population. Et donc, si on doit simplement penser que les services, les healthcare providers sont ceux qui vont apporter le healing dans la population, on va certainement se tromper parce que c'est un petit nombre de gens qui vont avoir accès à ces services, d'où l'importance des pratiques de healing comme celui que nous sommes en train de voir aujourd'hui. Et cela m'amène à la deuxième partie où, à côté des services cliniques, il y a un nombre incalculable de ce que j'appelle les focus psychosocial services. Les gens comme Abatoni Gène, qui est ici présente, avec l'association rwandaise de conseil en traumatisme, avec Ibuka, des gens comme Madrid qui ont mis en place des services qui offrent des thérapies individuelles, mais également qui offrent des groupes qui peuvent porter le trauma dans ce type de groupe. Je ne pourrais pas, je cite à titre d'exemple, l'expérience de Neva Egen s'inscrit dans ces nouvelles approches qui essaient d'exister dans la communauté, ce ne sont pas des services cliniques, mais ils apportent de l'aide comme la sociothérapie. Oui, c'est Ngani Manzi, ils sont ici présents avec Handicap International. C'est un certain nombre d'organisations qui œuvrent dans la communauté en offrant ce type de services qui n'existaient pas avant le génocide. Et s'il y a une approche qui est très utilisée au Rwanda, c'est bien l'approche des groupes. À la première décennie, la plupart des groupes, c'était des groupes homogènes, des femmes, des enfants, des survivants du génocide. Et ça a d'abord commencé par des groupes de parole, ensuite des groupes qui sont orientés vers une activité, et c'est un peu plus tard, dans la deuxième décennie, qu'on voit le plus souvent les groupes hétérogènes, anciens, exilés, rescapés, bourreaux, qui se mettent en place. Et c'est dans un mouvement qui se met en place sur les 20 années. Et la plupart des études conduites sur ces espaces de groupe, j'en cite quelques-uns, ils montrent toute une efficacité de ces groupes de parole. Et ça m'amène à l'autre dimension, à l'autre question que je me pose. Qu'est-ce qui se serait passé si on s'était arrêté à croire que le trauma et le healing va être géré par les services cliniques ou alors les services psychosociaux? La semaine passée, je reçois quelqu'un, comme on a l'habitude de le faire, on fait l'arbre généalogique pour se rendre compte de la situation familiale. Et c'est ceci que je retrouve. Une personne de 45 ans, et quand on essaie de dessiner son environnement familial, il vient d'une famille où pratiquement tous les membres de sa famille sont décédés pendant le génocide. Il n'y a pas d'oncle, il n'y a pas de tante. Et c'est une femme qui est victime du viol. Et il est en conflit avec le mari qui lui rappelle chaque fois que quand elle rentre un peu tard, le mari il dit de toute façon, tu es une prostituée. Et donc, une personne comme ça, vous pouvez avoir des thérapies, vous pouvez avoir des médicaments, vous pouvez avoir des services psychosociaux, mais ce dont elle a besoin, c'est une famille qui puisse se reconstruire. Comme Nasson le disait souvent, belonging is the most extraordinary remedy against loneliness. I belong to a group the first group I belong to is my family, because it's the family that created me. Et donc, il y a toute une variété d'approches qui ont apparu au Rwanda visant à reconstruire le groupe, la famille autour des gens. Les groupes de ARG, ils essaient c'est-à-dire les étudiants rescapés du génocide, ils essaient de reconstruire des familles. Des gens comme Muka Sarasi de Sevota, ils essaient de reconstruire des familles autour des femmes qui ont été victimes de viol. Là, c'est un exemple que je donne. Et les gens qui sont affectés par s'ils sont portés par les thérapeutes, s'ils sont portés par les groupes, portés par les familles, ils peuvent se remettre à fonctionner. J'en arrive au dernier point qui est très important. On parle de l'individu et des thérapies individuelles, des groupes et des familles, mais les gens ne peuvent pas se reconstruire en dehors d'un espace sociopolitique. Si on a un espace sociopolitique chaotique, les gens auraient du mal à se reconstruire. Et c'est ce qui se passe. Si le Rwanda se reconstruit en mettant en place la gouvernance, la sécurité, la justice, l'unité, la réconciliation, la personne qui est blessée mais qui se trouve être portée par un ensemble sociopolitique, il va s'orienter vers, il va développer un sentiment de sécurité, un sentiment d'être considéré. Si la personne arrive à satisfaire ses besoins primordiaux, avoir le sentiment que sa vie et la société dans laquelle elle vit a un sens, c'est de cette manière qu'il va se reconstruire. Le healing est une réalité qui concerne l'individu, la famille, les groupes, mais aussi toute la société. Je prends un petit exemple pour montrer à quel point la reconstruction de la société influe sur le healing, la manière dont les gens se reconstruisent. Les gachacha qui ont été mis en place de 2000, je pense, jusqu'en 2014, j'ai regardé les études faites sur les gachacha, et il y a une en particulier qui est intéressante, l'étude d'Orimé, qui a été faite dans les années 2007. Et cette étude montrait que les gens allaient marre après les gachacha comparativement à la façon dont ils étaient avant les gachacha. Faire passer par les gachacha les ramener à avoir des sentiments difficiles, l'angoisse, la colère, les bourreaux, ils avaient le sentiment de culpabilité ou de honte. Et ça se voit, dans les séances, ils étaient difficiles et c'est ce qui conclut l'étude que les gens n'étaient pas bien après les groupes. Et l'étude qui vient d'être conduite en 2016, elle montre que les gens qui ont participé au gachacha avaient un trauma qui n'avaient pas participé à ces gachacha. Ce qui montre que l'initiative de l'État, l'initiative du groupe macro-sociologique, elle peut permettre aux gens d'un hearing. Et c'est une étude qui est intéressante. Et une autre conclusion qui revient également à ce qu'on a vu avec la baseline de Never Again, c'est que dans ces gens, les gens qui avaient plus le trauma, ce sont des gens qui étaient moins ouverts, qui avaient des attitudes, qui avaient peu d'attitudes positives par rapport à la réconciliation. Ce qui veut dire que plus on a le PTSD, plus on a le trauma, moins on s'investit dans la réconciliation. Ça veut dire qu'on doit penser le healing en termes du soin au trauma, au niveau individuel, mais on peut le penser aussi au niveau externe, parce que la société qui se reconstruit permet aussi aux gens de se reconstruire tel que le montre la plupart de ces études. J'en viens à la conclusion, et ma conclusion elle est simple. Le traumatisme, une fracture, on a vu qu'il détruit l'individu, l'état psychologique, la famille et la communauté. et des thérapies individuelles, des petits groupes de parole qui essaient de mettre les gens ensemble, des caractéristiques personnelles de l'individu, la communauté et la société qui se remet à fonctionner, c'est comme s'ils mettaient une attelle à la blessure. Et même chez le médecin, pour soigner une fracture, on met ensemble les os qui se sont déplacés, on les remet ensemble, on crée des conditions pour qu'ils puissent, que la consolidation des os puisse se passer. Et notre élément de conclusion sur lequel on n'attire pas souvent l'attention, c'est que si 26% de la population ont le trauma, on oublie que 73% sont des gens qui sont passés par des événements difficiles, mais qui n'ont pas le trauma. Ça veut dire qu'on a une population qui est résiliente, qui arrive à vivre malgré ce qui s'est passé. Et je conclurai sur l'image de cette dame qui a été publiée autour des années 2004. C'est un témoignage qui a été publié dans un livre. Et j'aime bien cette image parce que quand on la voit, la première chose qu'on voit, c'est la cicatrice qui est très difficile à soutenir par le regard. Et on peut en oublier le sourire d'une personne qui dit c'est naturel pour moi d'aller de l'avant. Et ma fille qui est jeune de moi, et je souris de la transmission. Et je conclurai sur les mots, j'ai commencé par les mots de Nasson, et je vais conclure sur ces mots encore, quand il disait que c'est en 2014 qu'il y avait une sorte, un sentiment un peu pessimiste. Il disait, le génocide nous a confrontés à quelque chose d'exceptionnel face à laquelle on n'a pas de réponse. On est tout le temps en train de bricoler. Et un des derniers textes qu'il écrivait, il a écrit ceci: ce pays pourrait devenir une leçon pour l'humanité et les citoyens du monde qui en ont l'opportunité pourront passer ici pour voir comment on peut survivre après les cendres, comment même sans moyens on peut créer. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, docteur. Et je pense que je n'ai pas eu le courage de lui dire qu'il y a quelques minutes, parce que je suivais aussi attentivement. Et merci aussi d'avoir rappelé l'inspiration et la mémoire de notre cher docteur Nasson. Et nous constatons qu'à travers ses enseignements et à travers tout le processus qu'il a passé ensemble avec nombreux parmi nous, il y a une capacité de résilience et il y a aussi une inspiration qui permet d'aller de l'avant. Et merci d'avoir conclu à une note positive, que le monde peut apprendre et l'humanité peut apprendre à travers la souffrance, mais aussi à travers les gens qui ont eu le courage de créer des solutions à une souffrance inouïe. Alors, merci pour ça et merci pour votre attention. J'ai une proposition à vous faire et j'espère qu'elle va vous convenir. Si on prenait notre pause avant la présentation de Batoni. Tout à fait? Alors, je vais vous proposer, si vous êtes d'accord, nous prenons une pause. Il est 11h15. Est-ce que je peux demander qu'on prend 15 minutes et qu'on est ici à 11h30 pour compenser la proposition que 20 minutes? D'accord, merci. Une pause de 20 minutes. Et pardon à Batoni, elle était prête, mais ce sera mieux de l'écouter après la pause. Elle aura toute l'attention. Merci. I will welcome Mugenzi for the video, then after the discussion. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. My presentation is to share the experiences of Never Again Rwanda's approach to societal healing. Dr. Gishomam, the first presenter, discussed in overall the approaches to societal healing or to healing initiatives in Rwanda, looking at Rwanda and elsewhere. My specific presentation is on Never Again's approaches to societal healing. And okay. Sorry for that. So before I introduce the approaches we are using to implement societal healing program that has been introduced here in the video and also in the remarks by Dr. Joseph. It's a program for 4 years that is being implemented by Never Again Rwanda in partnership with Interpeace. And it aims to support the community members and youth to overcome wounds through creating safe spaces for peace and inclusive dialogue, but also to increase critical thinking among youth. Before we started implementation of this program last year in 2015, we started with a research, a mapping of peace actors research that aimed to introduce to us to different approaches, to different actors in healing. We wanted to know who is involved in healing initiatives, approaches. We wanted to know if there are lessons that exist that we could benchmark on, gaps, and also we wanted to know where the areas of intervention so that we avoid duplication of work, but also we wanted to know if there are success stories that we could also benchmark on. So as a result of mapping, one of the knowledge gained was us to understand the types of wounds that exist in Rwanda. So 2 major learning was, we understood that genocide was the most wounding event after in the Rwanda, in the post-genocide, but also we understood that refugee-related issues were also one of the major wounding event. So we looked at genocide-related wounds, and these are the main genocide-related wounds. On the victims, we look at loss of family members, which is one of the major wounds related to genocide, loss of family friends, loss of extended families, exposure to violence. This was found as the major or second major wound, rape, and HIV. In corporate mourning, we have people in our society who have not been able to know where their people were killed, who killed them, or have not been able to provide decent burials to their people, and this is still a wound in our society. Then these factors that are below, these are wounds that are actually shared by both victims and genocide perpetrators. We have children who were born out of rape. These are people who are suffering from identity crisis. They are not accepted in either side of their mothers. They don't know their fathers. And this is another growing, we don't know the statistics of how many there are, but this is another population that has issues of identity. We have labeling stereotypes that, of course, came after the genocide. These people pass, like genocide, like children born of rape. When people look at them, they think they are children of perpetrators. But it's not their own making, but these are some of the stereotypes coming in after genocide. Perpetrators are looked at, people who are not human. We have isolation and stigma. For instance, people who were raped, but also some perpetrators are isolated by the community members because they're not easily accepted. On the side of ex-perpetrators, there is loss of identity. People don't view them as human anymore. But also we have transferred guilty of children born in families where their parents committed genocide. And some of them have been compelled to pay or to compensate for what their fathers probably destroyed during genocide. And all these, to sum it up, these are some of the wounds related to genocide, and that some of the major issues that affect our society today. Also, besides genocide as a major wounding event, as I already mentioned, we also looked at refugee-related wounds, like people loss of family, of course, family forced separation, people living in harsh conditions. We have a generation of people who had lived in exile for 30 years, but we also had people who left in Rwanda in 1994, or slightly before, and all these people came and emerged in the Rwandan context after 1994 genocide. These are people who had lived in disguised identity. I'm part of those people who lived in that kind of life because we wanted to disguise ourselves so that we could be able to access basic needs, basic education, because we were refugees. And then we were definitely discriminated. So you can imagine these are people who came probably after genocide, who had lived these kind of lifestyles, and then coming and meeting people, victims, and people who had committed genocide in the Rwandan context. So these are the consequences of both the major wounding events that we have just seen, the genocide and also refugee-related issues. So the consequences, of course, this is what our society carries. This is what we carry: sadness, fear, mistrust, and I think to those who are experts in trauma, these are typical characteristics of all wounded groups or all wounded societies. And our society healing program came to address these issues. So one of the key lessons, besides knowing the typology of wounds in the Rwandan post-genocide, we realized that there was the need for healing is high. We were informed by the actors who we interviewed in mapping that it's better to start small if we are going to do healing initiative. We also understood there are at least 4 approaches to healing: the community, group, and holistic, as well as individual. We learned that it was very important if we are doing healing as an area that has a lot of sensitivities, it's better to start with some professionals who are able to facilitate wounded groups. We also learned that it was important to understand that healing is not a quick fix, it's a long-term process. And also, we realized that we did not have a network of peace practitioners who are involved in healing who would be able to meet and share experiences. And that's the reason why this conference was convened, so we can bring fellow actors in the region and elsewhere, so we can start a process of sharing and experiences on healing. And we also learned some specific important, that when we are dealing with groups, it's important to separate people with extreme trauma or with specific needs, like victims of rape. Having looked at the rationale of the program, having looked at the guidance of the mapping exercise, so I wish to introduce you to our approach. Dr. Gishoma has just mentioned different types of approaches, and I've also mentioned different approaches that we learned in the mapping exercise, but never again Rwanda chose the group approach. From the 4 approaches, we chose the group approach. And we call this psychosocial support group, but dynamic in nature, because we are young in the area and we are open to learning, and we expected we'd be able to meet dynamics from the groups or from the realities of implementation. And the few reasons why we chose this approach was because it's cost-effective. We had few professionals who could deal with individual cases, but it's also contextually relevant. We think the group approach is actually has relevance in the Rwandan cultural values, because if you look at Gacaca and judges, this is also a framework that was done in a bigger group, but it's also a group approach. If you look at Itorero today, some of our homegrown solutions, but also bringing it to the family level. For families that are still functional, you realize that in the Rwandan culture, we have someone they call umukuru w'umuryango, or someone who is head of the clan or the entire extended family, who helps the families to do dialogue when there are conflict, or who guides the family. So we think this group approach is contextually relevant to Rwandan context. And then research also has shown that group approach is very good in post-genocide, post-conflict societies because it provides care and support that would have been provided by the destroyed or the families that have been lost. So since we have this functionality of family, we think the psychosocial support group is very important. But then as we started implementation of our program, we realized that this psychosocial support group may not work very well to youth, especially the schooling youth, because of the kind of schools, because this approach is built on the fact that they are closed approaches. When they are members of this group, and in this group they don't have to leave until when the time of graduation of this approach ends. So we realize it is very important we introduce expressive approaches, like small group discussions, we use of films, but use of film is also an approach for Never Again Rwanda, as already seen, which is also helps people trigger discussions and debates. We also wish to start using critical thinking, debates, courts, to trigger the discussions, because among youth we are realizing that they are not actually, they have wounds, but they are not to the level of the people that lived in genocide. So we think it's also important to use the critical thinking. And then the psychoeducation to provide more information to some of our special groups, as we're going to see. So these are the target groups. These are the people we work with under implementation of societal healing. We work with groups, adults. When we talk of community, we mean adults. Youth, these are youth who are in schools, and then non-schooling youth who live in community. And at the moment, we are working with 416 in total, 251 being females and 165 being males. Our target for this program is that by 2017, we should have 30 groups, and we are currently operating with 15 groups. Yes, maybe there's something I wish to clarify on this is that our groups are diverse. They're from different diversity of the Rwandan context. So we work with genocide victims, members from perpetrator families, detainees, as I've already mentioned, marginalized groups, women married to different ethnic backgrounds, and this is a special group. These are groups, these are women who are married to husbands of different backgrounds. And this group, if I may say, has some kind of double trauma because they are not accepted in either side of either from their biological families or from their matrimonial families. Their children have nowhere they belong, either to their mom's side or to their father's side. And this group was known to us through the mapping. So this is one of our special group. And then, of course, young mothers. These are young ladies who had children out of, they are not married, officially married. They are in the southern province. And when we realized the kind of life these people live is because of the dysfunctionalities of our families, because of genocide. I'll talk about them later. And then children from mixed marriages. These compose the diversity of our people that we work with, because our belief is that if we bring people from diverse backgrounds in inclusive dialogue, and that will have a better impact or greater impact on social cohesion. And also, since our people, share commonalities in terms of language, in terms of culture. We think they have a lot of connectors that will help them attain some healing, but let alone have social cohesion and sustainable peace. So I thought it's also important to tell you, when we are selecting these groups, what were the criteria? The number one criteria is we looked at people who were affiliated to Never Again. And we also looked at specific groups identified by mapping, as I've already mentioned. And we consider diversity of the group to have an inclusive impact in terms of healing. So having looked at the criteria, having looked at diversity, our healing program is based on the model of peace agents. Peace agents are facilitators who are community-based, and these are the qualities. When we are going to start implementation of this program, we looked at these people, and we decided to develop these qualities. We wanted people who are trusted, who are peaceful, who are connected to people who are influencers in the community, who would take our program to the grassroots, but also people who are knowledgeable. And lastly, we wanted to meet people who are emotionally stable. But this became a challenge because when we were forming our groups, we realized that these peace agents were equally wounded. They did not have skills, and they did not have that stability to also facilitate the groups. And for that reason, we got 2 experts who are supporting the groups to support in mentoring, in the mentorship of the peace agents. So this is how our psychosocial support group works: through dialogue, through storytelling, audiovisual, I've already mentioned, it's part of our approach. And everything that we do is based on research. We do research, documentation, and we showcase what we are doing. But definitely, we also work in partnership with other fellow actors. Like I've already seen, most of the people who are here were part of the mapping of peace actors. We also do poems and drama because some of our groups, they're artistic in nature. And since healing is a sensitive issue, we've realized some people are able to articulate it through drama and group theater. So this is how our spaces for peace operate. They are grounded on listening and respect. They meet once a month. At least 30% of our participants are female, but at the moment we are actually going to 50%. And then our schooling youth operate when they're school. And then we have a facilitation guide that supports the mentors to support the spaces for peace on healing and facilitation of wounded groups. And each space has 2 trained peace agents, one being female, another one being male, to respect the gender diversity. And as I've already mentioned, we have 2 mentors who are experts, who are supporting these peace agents to be able to facilitate these groups. So as I've already mentioned, in mapping, we were guided, or there was a lesson that we need to start small and then scale up. We started with 8 groups in 2015 after the launch of this program. And in 2016, we have established 7 groups, and we are operating at the moment with 15 groups in 13 districts. And the lessons that we learned in the first phase helped us to establish the second phase groups. This is our areas of operation. We work in 13 districts, which are nationally representative in North, in South, West, East, and the Kigali city. So some of these areas have their historical backgrounds. Like Southern Province, this is where we have high cases of genocide cases and genocide victims. And we want, our program is grounded on the fact that we need to be representative of the national geographical location. But as you may see, our intervention is like a drop in the ocean. As I've already mentioned, the needs for healing are still high. So what are people or beneficiaries or our participants, who are actually some of them are here, what are they benefiting from these groups? A sense of belonging. Some of them have lost families, so they've got families. Self-development, knowledge and sharing, recognition, being accepted, and hope. These are some of the codes of change. One person is saying that he feels like he's got a family because he's got someone who listens to them. These are people who have been in a community, and maybe they have nobody besides them. But when they get these groups, they get a sense of belonging. We got someone who says he started viewing ex-perpetrators as human, and we think this is not actually, maybe he's not healed yet, but at least there is some sense of tolerance. And I think that's where our program is grounded. If we can increase the tolerance between the different diversities, we think this would be very important for the success of, or for the formation of the sustainable peace. And then we can see an ex-perpetrator who says he has killed, he has been sentenced, he has served, he's back to the community, but he's not accepted. But being part of our spaces, he hopes he will gain some acceptance and some recognition, and probably he will be also viewed as human. So what are we learning in the period of 1 year implementing our program? We are learning that healing is complex, it's not linear, it's not straight, it's a long-term process. It requires safe space because it deals with people's sensitivities. We've realized that it's very relevant to our context, it's very helpful, but we also learned that not all people can heal from group approach because some of them have very deeper, painful experiences that may not be shared in the group. We're also learning that our community members who went through genocide are more wounded than youth, most especially youth who were born after genocide. And we've also learned that people with extreme trauma should be treated separately, not in the group approach. But also we are learning that participants coming from dysfunctional families that are already wounded, from a community that's already wounded, it's not easy to actually heal because the community, the family keep taking them back. So that's why some of our needs or recommendations that we think that healing should also be done at community level. So in the process of healing, we are realizing that poverty, community victimization, lack of awareness on healing are also some of the challenges. We are also seeing an intergenerational gap between community members and young people, simply because we are realizing that, for example, when you talk of intergenerational gap, some parents have not been able to share with their children the realities of genocide. From perpetrators' perspective, some parents are not very strong to tell their children that your father was killed, people is imprisoned because of this. On the side of the victims, children see their parents living in wounded situations, but they're not able to understand, especially because of the sensitivities. But we also have some of our participants who are facing from chronic illnesses, and these are some of the challenges that are beyond our program. Sorry for that. So this is where we think there's a need for improvement. We think there's a need to increase awareness on healing, so that people can understand the need for healing as a need that has to be integrated into other socio-economic programs. We think they should be addressed at community level. We think it's important that inclusion of influential leaders who can drive change should be part of the social healing programs. And we think it would be very helpful if we have an integrated approaches between the government approaches and civil society to make a greater impact on healing initiatives. And if healing is made a cross-cutting issue in peace building and reconciliation initiatives, we think that would be very important. And definitely, we believe we cannot work in isolation, but I think healing has to be done and dealt with in partnership with the rest of peace actors. So we felt it was also important to share with you, at the end of the program, how do we expect our program or our impact to be sustainable? So as I've already mentioned, our program is it's mainly focused on youth, because we believe they have multiplier effects. And also the peace agents will remain in communities with the skills, and they will be able to support fellow communities to take the skills, to take the interventions to greater people. And then we think after the program, with youth as multiplier effect, with peace agents, and with strong networks at grassroots, at middle level, they will be able to promote sustainable peace. As I end my presentation, I just wanted to end with this quote from one of our participants, who say that you cannot come out of traumatic situation unless you get someone or something that helps you to get out of it. So I think Never Again Rwanda and Interpeace, through the Spaces for Peace, are supporting our people to come out of traumatic situation. I thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Florence, pour une présentation qui est exhaustive, mais aussi dans les limites du temps. Nous avons seulement dépassé de 4 minutes. Je pense que c'est dans les normes. Et je peux demander votre attention avant de procéder aux discussions. Je voudrais demander au service de l'audiovisuel d'illustrer la présentation de Batoni par un petit documentaire. Les images et les voix des participants au groupe supporté par Never Again. Merci.
se franka bavuga yuko yavuye hanze se twavuganye iki se umuntu wavuye hanze nta makuru namubaza nta kintu namubwira ariko ubu ngubu sigaye mbibonamo nk'abasaza banjye na barumuna banjye gutyo
noneho tuziye mu itsinda kubera ko natwe tworoherewe tukitwara neza nyine tukabona yuko abantu tugomba kubana nabo nyine turagenda umuntu yabona umusuhuje wifitiye umutima mwiza nawe bikamutera isoni akagusuhuza akabaho muje ariko haza cyane cyane nk'abantu b'abadamu n'abana ariko abantu b'abagabo gusa ubona bagenda batinya kutwegera cyane ni bake bake
ariko uyu munsi aho twabashije nyine kumenya ubwo buzima ugenda ubana nabwo rimwe na rimwe haboneka n'abantu beza bakabasha kugufasha no muri bwa bwoko twavuga wenda mutanahuje umuntu ashobora kugufasha wenda ukavuga uti nubwo yabikoze ndabikoze mu mutungo wacu cyangwa se n'ibyo yasahuye muri bene wacu n'ubundi ntacyo yakoze ukabifata ukundi ariko hari badufashaga bituma nibura umunsi umwe muri kaminuza ntabwo ubuzima nabonaga kiriya gihe ariko bukimeze
uko hari umwana twari duturanye akanga kujya ruguru yo mu rugo ngo ni abahutu ntamubaze se mwana mwebwe muri iki ngo mama yarambwiye ngo turi abatutsi ngo twebwe ngo nta mpamvu zo kugendana n'abahutu ngo ni abagome mama barakubeshya cyane naho ikintu cyiza ngo nakubonera ni uko wakwikuramo ibintu nk'ibyo ukabona yuko abana bagenzi bawe bose ari muri bamwe noneho nkajya ngerageza buryo ki umwana tujyana no gutembera kuri urwo rugo rwo haruguru yo mu rugo birangira bimuvuyemo yajya ni mu rugo bamubaza ati kuki wagiye kwa naka akajya abwira ati mama ati njye nasanze abantu twese turi bamwe.
Categories such as these are at the center of discussion for organizations like Never Again Rwanda. Those complex issues can greatly benefit individuals in a few communities. Nevertheless, the current humble efforts are proving to be a source of relief to some.
Umuvandimwe Emilienne yukabaho aza kuduha ikiganiro cyerekeye imibanire yacu mu rugo n'ibyo bintu nakwibaza uko azajya avuga nkamworohera acisha make rwose byarashimishije imvura iguye no muri iyi minsi yafashe isuka tujyana guhinga
sinavuga ngo agahinda karashize burundu ariko hari uko mbasha kukajera muri njyewe nk'ubwo ngubwo nabona ninjiye nko muri ibyo bihe nk'umugabo yamvugisha sinyite mwitura ya nabi nkabanza ngasa nk'ubitekerezaho nkasa nk'uwibuzabuza nkasa nk'ugerageza kugabanya umunabi muri njyewe.
hariho umukecuru urimo avuga ibye aturanye n'abantu bamwiciye wenda n'ubu ngubu abanye nabo ariko yasohoka yajya inyuma akabona basohokeye yasohokera imbere nuko hirya no hino ukumva wenda weho harimo umwe cyangwa se muhurira mu nzira kure batakwegereye noneho bigatuma weho wishyiramo akanyabugabo uti noneho simba bari kurusha abandi
tutabaye umuntu umwe ngo twasenge kuko mfite icyo nshingiyeho nkavuga ngo njye nshingiye ku bahutu nawe ukavuga ko ushingiye ku batutsi ntabwo twasengera hamwe umwe yajya akura yishyira undi agakora yishyira yaba rero nahoze mvuga ikongera ikagarukamo.
Against many odds, survivors and others affected, thanks to acknowledgement and support, show signs of improbable resilience. In these often uncharted waters, they try and find room for creativity and push forward.
Muri iri tsinda niho nibonye nk'umunyarwanda bwite icyo ni icyambere ikintu gikomeye kandi byampaye amahoro y'umutima nta rwikekwe kigendana ubundi umuntu nagendaga numva mfite urwikekwe tugahura nkagusuhuza nkakubwira amakuru cyane ko nzi ko nta ruhare nigeze ngira muri jenoside nta na bike ariko ibyo ari byose nubwo nta ruhare yagizemo uyu mwana turaziranye azi ko ndi uwo kwa kanaka kandi nanjye nzi ko ari uwo kwa kanaka none
mikoreshereze aho ngereye muri iyi turabu naboneyemo amahoro adasanzwe.
Numva ari n'intambwe ngikomeje gutera kuko ntabwo navuga ngo numva ko mbese ikibazo nefite muri iki cyakemutse, ariko hamwe no kubona ko hari abandi duhuje ibibazo, hamwe no kubona ko hari uwo nshobora kubwira noneho akanyumva, hamwe no kubona ko byibuze hari umuhanzi w'ugutwi, hamwe no kubona ko hari umuntu nubwo ntawe ufite muri famiye wamusura ngo nabyaye cyangwa nagize ibyago, hari abandi, hari n'umuryango nungutse, ni intambwe numva ndi gutera nubwo numva ntawe ndagera cyane kuko aho nari ndi haragoye kuba nahita mvayo.
ubwo nanjye nabwo nabasabaga ntabwo mukatutera nk'inkunga nanone mukadutoreza nk'abagabo, abo bagabo b'abatutsi n'abagabo b'abahutu bakaza bakigana nk'uko twigana, bakabigisha, bamara kubigisha nabo bagira urugo ariko koko bimeze gutya ni kuriya se babigisha abandi kuriya bimeze.
Itsinda ryagejeje kuri byinshi ryakabaye ryitwa turuhurane kuko ryarabihuye rinduhura bya bibazo byose nari mfite, rinduhura kuko narwaye wa mutwe warakize, ndi mu rugendo ndiho ndagenda ariko sinzasubira inyuma.
hari benshi bibwiraga ko u Rwanda rutashobora kongera kubaho nk'igihugu, ariko siko byagenze. Icyabujije byose kuba mu bushake bw'Abanyarwanda kandi n'ibyo twahisemo.
Meaningful action by many determined to alleviate these types of suffering requires more in terms of numbers of actors and resources. Nonetheless, the drop in the ocean that current practitioners have contributed remains a laudable effort. These participants braving all sorts of hardships to improve their circumstances and move forward are the true heroes. After all, as Alain de Botton would say, a good half in the art of living is resilience.
Merci à Jean-Claude Mugenzi et à l'équipe de l'audiovisuel. Nous avons suivi depuis avant la pause les présentations sur les questions ou les blessures psychologiques, les approches utilisées. Et puis, à travers ce film, nous avons eu l'expérience des participants au groupe encadré par Never Again avec la collaboration de Intapis. Je voudrais vous inviter, j'espère que vous avez noté les questions. Je voudrais vous inviter à passer à la discussion, mais en même temps, je voudrais inviter Jean-Claude Mugenzi, qui a dirigé la production de ce petit documentaire, de se joindre à nous pour une discussion. Pour la discussion, je vais rappeler que le premier intervenant, Dr Darius, il a parlé sur les blessures psychologiques et pour nous permettre de comprendre les approches à utiliser dans le domaine du healing. Il s'est servi aussi d'un certain nombre de recherches pour montrer à quel point la société rwandaise a été déchirée. Et il a évoqué même une comparaison entre différents pays et a démontré que le taux de traumatisme au niveau du Rwanda reste élevé. Il était à 26% il y a quelques années. Il semble qu'il y a d'autres recherches qui parlent de 21%, mais ça reste toujours élevé. Et il a parlé aussi des particularités en termes de vulnérabilité ou des groupes plus vulnérables au trauma ou qui ont un taux très élevé, notamment pour les veuves et les orphelins du génocide, les victimes des viols et violences sexuelles, où le taux de dépression avoisine 50%, donc 48%, avec un taux élevé de prévalence du VIH pour les victimes du viol. Et donc c'était pour nous montrer à quel point les programmes de healing sont importants pour la société rwandaise post-génocide. Alors il a parlé des approches aussi comme réponses qui ont été apportées et a démontré à quel point le Rwanda a évolué après génocide avec un seul psychiatre qui était notre cher docteur Munyanda Mutsa, mais avec sa collaboration avec le ministère qui est en charge de la santé mentale, qui sont arrivés à porter ou à supporter d'autres étudiants pour ce domaine qui nous est cher. Et puis il a parlé aussi de la mise en place des services cliniques, mais aussi le complément qui a été donné par les espaces de parole créés par des organisations soit victimes du génocide et par après par d'autres organisations qui sont venues après, et puis le rôle de la famille comme tutelle de la résilience. Et Batoni a complété l'exposé de Dr Darius en nous amenant à regarder de plus près l'expérience de Neva Egen, qui a choisi, après une recherche sur les approches et les intervenants dans le domaine du healing, de travailler avec l'approche psychosociale de groupe, mais en même temps qui a combiné avec l'approche d'expression pour les moins jeunes, pour les jeunes, et qui nous a donné aussi quelques leçons à tirer de cette expérience d'une année, et notamment qu'il reste d'autres groupes qui sont encore très vulnérables, qui n'arrivent pas à s'épanouir dans les groupes diversifiés, mais en même temps en pointant du doigt la complexité du healing qui appelle des interventions et des approches d'où la collaboration de plusieurs acteurs. Et nous avons clôturé, ou pas clôturé, mais la dernière, je dirais, illustration, c'est le film avec les voix, les images des participants et participantes à ces espaces, mais avec toujours l'accompagnement des professionnels dans le domaine pour illustrer ce qu'elle disait. Voilà un peu de mots et nous allons avoir une discussion, donc je vais vous accorder la parole et je m'excuse depuis tout ce temps. Nous avons parlé en tant que panélistes, maintenant je vais éviter de ne pas trop parler et puis je vous demanderai, quand vous posez la question, de nous rappeler encore votre nom. Nous prenons une série de 3 ou 5 questions. Merci.
UNESCO is my name. J'ai une question en français, and I have another question in English. La question en français pour Darius. J'ai été particulièrement intéressé par les données que vous nous avez présentées concernant les effets du gachacha. C'est la première fois que j'entends les résultats d'une recherche concernant les effets chez des participants aux séances de gachacha comparativement à des personnes qui n'ont pas participé à ces séances de gachacha. Et donc, il y a une baisse du pourcentage de la prévalence du PTSD chez ceux qui ont participé. Ça, c'est ce qui, je voudrais, si vous avez plus de détails, parce qu'il y avait beaucoup d'informations et je ne suis pas le seul, parce qu'à la pause, il y a eu d'autres personnes qui ont remarqué aussi l'intérêt de cette observation. The second question is in English and is for Florence. You spoke about societal healing. If you speak about societal healing, I can conclude that society is ill. There is some problems at the societal level and not at the individual level. Did you think about the symptoms of this type of pathology? It's a thing that I have many questions. I'll speak in a lot of minutes about this question because I try to find in the literature if there are syndromes which name, which design this type of pathology at the societal level. And there are very few publications about this question.
Merci beaucoup. Si vous permettez, on va prendre d'autres questions et revenir après. Je regarde toujours au milieu. Mary et puis pour au milieu. Merci.
Thank you very much, Never Again, for bringing us together. I think this is a very interesting forum. My name is Mary Barikungeri. I'm the director and founder of the Rwanda Women's Network, an organization that promotes healing, looking at it from a women's rights perspective. My question will focus on the Never Again approach and also looking at the sub-themes that we are discussing here around healing and coalition building. I have a question around that. Coming from a networking organization, coalition is critical and so is healing. In healing, we have just seen so much around individual, around, we've listened so much around healing approaches, but I'm still searching to understand from your perspective on how you intend to carry forward the coalition approach. Because coalition is critical, looking at it from that base, from the spaces, from the individual voice to the collective voice. Where are we on that? How are you, as Never Again, bringing that approach into it? And again, coming from that perspective again, I probably might have missed it because we are great promoters of women's safe spaces countrywide. And I'm thinking, of course, around issues of advocacy. I don't think I had any programming that you might be building within the healing programming, within the coalition approaches that you are talking about, the whole area of advocacy. Because I think in our work, we find it extremely important. So if you could elaborate further on that, that would be a very interesting learning. Thank you.
Mon nom, c'est Charles Daïsiga. Je suis directeur du Centre d'alerte et de prévention des conflits. C'est une organisation burundaise. Nous sommes basés au Burundi et nous nous retrouvons un peu dans le travail que fait Never Again, mais surtout nous avons beaucoup à apprendre de la société, de ce qui se passe, de ce qui se développe ici au Rwanda. Il y a beaucoup de choses qui restent à faire, mais il y a une infrastructure, d'après ce que nous venons de voir tout à l'heure, une infrastructure qui existe et qui se développe pour la prise en charge de ces blessures et de ces traumatismes. Je voudrais partager un témoignage. Nous avons une petite expérience aussi, surtout dans le domaine de la réconciliation et du rapprochement des communautés qui ont été séparées, divisées, et qui portent aussi des blessures liées au aux atrocités depuis des années 60 jusqu'à ce jour. Alors, nous étions avec mes collègues à Kigali pour nous avons rencontré des groupes de la diaspora burundaise et on parlait de la question, on donnait l'occasion aux gens de s'ouvrir, de s'exprimer, de se libérer. On a abordé les questions des crimes qui ont été commis dans le passé, de la réconciliation à l'échelle individuelle. Et quelqu'un nous a dit, je vais essayer de traduire, enfin j'aimerais bien le dire en Kirundi, je ne sais pas si ça... Je demande la permission. Il nous a dit, il y a quelqu'un, il y a le monde qui va, il y a la route, et je parle de l'exemple, docteur Darius, votre exemple. Avuga ati, wakarota, kubera izo traumatisme, akarota ari urutete rw'ikigori. Hama akagenda kwa muganga, akaza kuraba docteur abwira ati jewe ndafise ubwoba kubera inkoko iraza kunoba. Ati kubera iki? Muganga akamubara ati kubera iki inkoko ikunoba, wibaza ko inkoko iza kukunoba? Ati kubera inkoko zirarya intete z'ibigori kandi nanje ndi urutete rw'ikigori. Muganga akamubwira ati genda uhumure ntabwo uri urutete rw'ikigori. Akumva ko ari umuntu agataha, bungaba bukeye akagaruka kuraba muganga kandi. Muganga ati ugarutse kubera iki? Ubu ugarukanywe n'ibiki? Ko ndakubwiye ko utari urutete rw'ikigori. Hanyuma uyo mugwayi aramubwira ati muganga, none ko jewe navyumvise ko ntari urutete rw'ikigori, none inkoko yo warayibwiye ko ntari urutete rw'ikigori? On était très embarrassés, mais je ne sais pas, j'aimerais bien aussi entendre votre commentaire là-dessus. Ça veut dire que, est-ce que si quelqu'un peut peut-être estimer qu'il est rétabli, qu'il est redevenu normal, et puis, mais est-ce qu'il y a aussi des gens qui vous faites face aussi à ces difficultés, à ces expériences où les gens vous disent, mais moi je n'ai plus de problème, mais le problème existe. Les gens qui ont créé mes problèmes là existent encore. Je pense, pour notre cas, c'était vraiment très difficile parce que les gens nous demandaient qui est la poule, qui est le grain de maïs. Et ça, c'est une question très difficile. Voilà les... Merci aussi
Charles. Je vais proposer à Darius de prendre la question. Et puis, je suis en train d'essayer de regarder de tous les côtés. Il y avait une main ici devant. Excuse me. Yes. Then I will move to the next and come back after here.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to congratulate and thank the speakers for their very good presentation. My question is around two areas. One is, I know that during the genocide, there were accusations to the church that some of them were complicit in the violence which took place. But to be fair to the church, maybe quite a number of them were overwhelmed. So I wanted to find out from you, what is the role of the church in the aftermath of the genocide, in the healing? Because in some communities they use the church and the religion and what to heal. Second question is, I noticed we had a film in the memorial where we saw some young people who had grown up, they overcame their being orphans and they married and they had their own children. So do you notice some difference between those people who are young, who have a future ahead of them, who can get their own children, and who can keep them busy, and those people who are very old, with no children, with no support system, after the violence? How is the healing? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I will move to the first Gloriose, then Age, and I will be back here. Thank you.
Merci. Je suis Glorieuse Bazigaga, conseillère principale de International Youth dans la région des Grands Lacs. Je félicite aussi Neva Again et Intapis pour cette conférence qui est très riche en enseignement. J'ai un commentaire, pas une question. J'ai un commentaire sur la présentation de Florence, surtout à propos des facilitateurs communautaires ou les agents de paix. Vous avez dit que bon, y a des critères que vous avez suivis pour les sélectionner. Et parmi ces critères-là, il y a certains sur lesquels je voudrais commenter, notamment que ce soit des gens qui sont des gens de paix et que ce soit des gens émotionnellement stables. Je me suis dit que, bon, non, par l'expérience que nous avons, il y a tendance effectivement de travailler avec des gens qui sont pour la paix, et des connecteurs, en d'autres termes. Et on a tendance à exclure les diviseurs. Et ça, je crois que c'est une erreur que nous faisons parfois, parce que ces gens qui sont des diviseurs ont beaucoup de force, ils ont beaucoup d'influence sur un grand nombre de gens, surtout dans une société divisée. Et je crois que c'est important aussi de travailler avec ces gens qui ont un certain extrémisme ou qui sont pour la division. Donc les amener à bord du travail de paix, c'est très important. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Gloriose. Oui, Agé. Docteur Agé.
Thank you very much, panelists, for this very informative session. My question goes to any member of the team. And it has to do with evidence coming out from the research and even previous research. I have, and it's not an impression, it's evidence. It becomes evident that policies to promote reconciliation in its different aspects are general, while needs and problems are specific to specific groups, including children of perpetrators, women, genocide survivors in general. But when you look at the policy, it's a kind of a general response, as if the situation was general. Since you are not a policymaker, as Never Again, how do you do with these findings? How do you influence policymakers to make sure we have targeted policy responses in relation to these findings that you have just presented?
Merci beaucoup. Je vois la main du prof Machanda. Ah oui, il y a deux mains là. D'accord, merci.
Je voudrais également renchérir dans le même sens que Agé, professeur Agé. Je m'appelle Machanda. Je suis le coordinateur du réseau d'innovation organisationnelle, un centre professionnel de transformation des conflits à Bukavu, RDC. On nous a dit que, d'abord je tiens à remercier le présentateur, nous avons beaucoup appris. Je crois qu'il y a des leçons à tirer par rapport au contexte régional. L'environnement politique devrait être favorable à tout ce que nous faisons, à tout ce que vous faites. Autrement, ça va se limiter aux individus, aux communautés, mais l'espace ou l'environnement politique peut avoir d'autres visées qui ne concordent pas avec toutes ces questions de guérison. Et ici, je me dis, il faut qu'il y ait des interventions à titre préventif. Et je dis bien, je me situe dans la région des Grands Lacs. Évidemment, le Rwanda aussi fait partie des Grands Lacs. Mais je me dis, comment on peut maintenant développer sur base de toutes les études déjà menées des interventions préventives par rapport à tout événement susceptible de causer des blessures intérieures. Il n'y a pas seulement que le génocide. Nous aussi, nous sommes en train de connaître d'autres blessures qui proviennent d'autres sources. est-ce que, de par vos études, vous avez déjà pensé à la question de prévention? Et là, je suis du côté politique, parce qu'on avait dit que l'environnement politique devrait être favorable. Mais également, à un certain moment, je me pose des questions. Qui sont concernés? J'ai vu tous les groupes cibles auxquels vous êtes adressés. Mais vous ne vous adressez pas aux décideurs politiques. Si nous prenons les lots des décideurs politiques de la région, certains ont été des victimes par rapport à certains événements. D'autres ont été des acteurs par rapport à des éléments qui ont causé des blessures intérieures. Est-ce qu'il y a des actions qui peuvent maintenant être orientées de façon préventive aux décideurs politiques? Merci.
Merci, Prof. Machanda. Alors, je vais revenir ici pour donner la parole à au moins une personne, j'ai Pacifique, et puis on va permettre à nos intervenants d'essayer. Ce n'est pas de réponses, ce sont des réflexions. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Immaculée. C'est comme si le prof Machanda a vu ce que je pensais à l'avance. Je voudrais remercier réellement Neuweigen pour cette initiative qui nous inspire énormément et qui discute d'une question très importante pour la région des Grands Lacs, pas seulement le Rwanda, mais pour la plupart des pays de la région. C'est une thématique extrêmement importante. Alors, mon interrogation, c'est sur la durabilité des résultats que Neuweigen enregistre aujourd'hui au Rwanda, où il y a un environnement stable aux côtés de pays extrêmement en instabilité, en RDC, au Burundi. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas des effets, des chocs exogènes qui peuvent affecter le résultat sur le progrès de la population rwandaise? Et si c'est le cas, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas besoin d'une approche régionale, normalement, au niveau politique, comme le disait le prof Machanda, mais même au niveau communautaire pour mutualiser les expériences et espérer maintenir à plus long terme le résultat qu'on enregistre dans un pays? Autrement, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas de chocs exogènes qui viendraient? Parce que j'ai remarqué que parmi le groupe qui bénéficie du travail de Neuweigen, il y a les réfugiés qui ont fait preuve de blessures, et il y en a encore en RDC. Lorsqu'on voit ceux qui sont partis en RDC, il y en a qui sont déjà retournés, mais il y en a qui y sont encore. Et aujourd'hui, on a bien d'autres réfugiés lorsqu'on voit le contexte du Burundi. Est-ce que ce ne va pas rester un cycle vicieux, un cercle vicieux, j'allais dire, et qui peut affecter le résultat que vous enregistrez aujourd'hui? Merci.
Merci, Pacifique. Je voudrais, il y a beaucoup de questionnements ou beaucoup de propositions. Je voudrais vous proposer ceci. Il y a des questions qui concernent les approches ou une clarification. Donc, je vais inviter Florence et Dr Darius de faire un commentaire. Mais il y a d'autres questions, d'autres réflexions que vous soulevez pour tout le monde. Et je vais vous les remettre s'il y a parmi vous des personnes qui voudraient intervenir sur ce genre de questions. Alors, si vous êtes d'accord, je vais inviter Florence. I'd like to kindly request to Florence to comment the question from Mary regarding the advocacy strategy and for Never Again or for other partners. And this question was also asked by someone else. So we are concentrating or we are intervening in, with the community members, but the question, what do we do with decision makers? So the next question will be, or the next discussion will be about Gloria's comment on community facilitators. She was advising to also, or she was saying sometimes we concentrate on connectors and we forget dividers. So what is your comment on this? And yeah, the UNESCO question is very hard and difficult, and I would like to invite participants, but also Florence can try, but I think is a question. We are starting a program, the societal healing, and we are learning from our experience, but we are also learning from other actors who are intervening in healing, and academicians and researchers are among our sources of inspiration. Après cela, je demanderai aussi à Darius, Dr. Darius, de faire un commentaire sur la question de UNESCO sur la recherche sur Gachacha. Et puis, la question de Charles sur l'expérience qu'il nous a partagée. Est-ce que les gens reviennent à vous et pour vous dire que vraiment ils n'ont plus peur? Est-ce que c'est possible? Je pense que ça peut rejoindre aussi certains indicateurs. Et puis, le rôle des églises, peut-être les participants aussi, on peut, et Florence et Darius peuvent commenter, mais aussi d'autres participants. Voilà. Je vais demander, I would kindly request to Florence to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Immaculée. I will just begin with response to Mel's question. Thank you for your question. It's a relevant question to our program at Never Again Rwanda. The advocacy strategy, as I've already mentioned, is based on the network. And in the programming of societal healing, we have what we call community exchange that we haven't actually started working on because we are just 1 year in operation. We began last year. And as part of the process, we began with actors. So that, first of all, was the first item to start with the networking or the people that are already present. Then number two, we hope that when our groups start gaining some healing steps, we are going to bring them to community where we are going to invite local leadership, people already involved in some related NGOs, influential leaders, so that we can bring this to the community members to share and exchange so they can see what these individuals are going through with intervention of Never Again. But also talking about at the network level, as we already heard this morning, Never Again has already started some bit of national networking forum. I think this began at the recent International Day of Peace, where we invited different partners who are in this area of healing and reconciliation to bring their issues here to discuss. And also what we are doing in regard to the evidence-based findings is we are sharing them with relevant institutions and policymakers. I hope that responds to your question. And if not, my colleagues would definitely add on that. I think that question we are trying to bring these decisions or findings to the decision makers to be able to influence policy. And I think that is one of the outcomes or the intended goal of the societal healing program.
Thank you, Florence. Do you want someone to complement your discussion on advocacy or decision makers? Yes, Jean-Paul.
As partner to Never Again, I would want to comment on what she says. Advocacy is a journey, and particularly on these particular sensitive themes, you need to build the infrastructure for peace before you can embark in any advocacy. But as the program is 1 year, we are in regular contact with the policymakers. You have seen the presence of the Executive Secretary of the National Unity and Reconciliation Commission, we are in regular contact with them, and in his speech he recognized the need for healing, which is part of the advocacy. We are not working in closed door. Your presence here means it's part also of putting this on the agenda or on the national level. And in various forums, you could see now that the concept of healing is picking the momentum. And we believe that it is doing this, providing spaces of discussing, of exchanging, that healing processes will be embraced. And one of the outcomes of this is also to pick some of the good practices that will shape to produce a policy paper that we jointly, with Never Again, we will pursue with the authorities to see if some of the idea emerging might influence some of the policy actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Paul. And Florence, you can pursue. Thank you.
Thank you, Glorious, for your comments. I definitely agree with you 100% that we need to bring also the negative forces.
Excuse me, Florence. Excuse me to interrupt, but there is someone in the room, Dr. Joseph. He wants also to compliment. Oh, sorry. I don't like on my...
Yeah, thank you, Immaculée. I don't want to compliment. I'm part and parcel of what everyone is saying. I just wanted to inform the audience that the conference is live. So some people are saying that, no, what if I say this? No, this is a safe place, and we are trying to heal the wounds. So you are assured of the freedom of expression. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, I was talking about the comments from Glorious. This is very important. As I've already mentioned, we are here to learn, and we are open and flexible and dynamic. But partly what we are doing, maybe we did not think about that when we were selecting peace agents, but as part of the diversity I was explaining this morning, those people are part of our spaces, and they are also part of the healing journey. So, but for new groups that we intend to form, probably that is something we could discuss and see how it could be relevant to bringing these people as parts of peace agents. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Florence. Then, Darius.
Merci, Immaculée. Il y a plusieurs questions qui ont été posées. Ce sera peut-être difficile de répondre à chaque question, mais je vais réfléchir en commençant par la question soulevée par le prof Ionescu. C'est vrai qu'il y a des données qui méritent d'être discutées amplement pour pouvoir comprendre ce que ça signifie. Mais cette étude-là, elle est intéressante parce que, comme je l'avais souligné, il y a une étude qui a été faite sur les gachacha en 2006, et celle-ci elle est faite 10 ans après, ce qui donne une perspective différente par rapport à la première étude. L'étude a recruté 500 participants qui sont âgés ils avaient au minimum 10 ans pendant le génocide, c'est-à-dire qui ont plus ou moins plus que 30 ans. Et il y avait une question qui permettait de différencier si la personne a participé ou pas. Ce qui est intéressant, c'est que l'étude de Rimé et Iserbit, faite en 2006, montrait à quel point les gachacha étaient un facteur qui ramenait tous les souvenirs, toutes les émotions négatives. Et à cette époque-là, on pourrait croire, Et c'était vrai, on a vu des cas de retraumatisation, on a parlé des groupes d'Ibuka qui organisaient des groupes après les gachacha pour ramasser ces expériences difficiles. Et ils appelaient parfois que c'était comme passer à la douche pour s'essuyer de tout ce qui avait été évoqué. Et donc, la première étude montrait que c'était une expérience difficile. Ça nous ramène à penser qu'à court terme, les gachacha étaient difficiles pour les participants. Mais à long terme, cette étude montre qu'il y a deux choses sur lesquelles on peut commenter. La première, c'est que les gens qui sont bien mentalement sont ceux qui ont plus participé au gachacha. Et les gens qui avaient plus de traumas sont ceux ils avaient du mal à participer. Mais le passage dans les gachacha aussi a servi à ce que les gens puissent prendre un tout petit peu de distance. Et 10 ans après, les gens qui participent sont mieux sur le plan de la santé mentale. Ça veut dire que c'est un espace social, mais qu'il y a beaucoup de retombées positives, malgré qu'il existait des éléments difficiles. Et donc, à court terme, les gachacha étaient ils déstabilisaient plus ou moins. À long terme, cette étude-là montre qu'il y a de l'espoir que ça a permis aux gens de s'améliorer. À la deuxième question sur le societal healing, c'est une bonne question parce que est très difficile. Les manuels de classification, le DSM-5, CD10, la classification des maladies, on ne va pas trouver.
Micro, s'il vous plaît. Microphone, please.
Ils ont même sorti par rapport au DSM-4, dans le DSM-5, la shared psychosis, la psychose partagée, et ils la mettent à la toute fin comme une des 4 autres catégories. Donc, il n'y a que des pathologies individuelles. Il y a des choses, mais je vais parler plus tard.
Merci beaucoup.
C'est une discussion intéressante parce que ça pose aussi la question, est-ce que la société elle peut être malade et quels en seraient les symptômes? Et je dirais en passant qu'il y a quelqu'un, René Caillès, que vous devrez connaître, qui disait avant le génocide, il y a ce qu'il appelle le sociocide. Le rapport à l'autre, il doit être déstructuré pour que le génocide puisse avoir lieu. Et donc, toutes ces approches qui sont en train d'être tentées, ils ne traitent pas l'individu, mais ils essaient de permettre à ce qu'il puisse y avoir d'autres possibilités d'appartenance. La société elle-même tente de redéfinir un nouveau contrat social. Et tout cela fait que la plupart des actions qui visent à soigner l'individu comme personne, il faut qu'il y ait un complément en termes de la redéfinition du rapport à l'autre dans la société. C'est une discussion qu'il faut poursuivre, mais peut-être vous devrez faire partie du DSM que vous pourriez faire encore avancer la discussion à ce niveau. Il y a une question qui a été posée par Charles par rapport, on a un équivalent aussi de cette expérience-là que vous rapportez, la poudre, la graine. La manière dont je vais le prendre, c'est que vous dites, est-ce que vous pouvez soigner, vous occuper d'une personne qui a des difficultés et s'il est guéri, est-ce que son environnement, quel est l'état de son environnement? C'est le métaphore que vous avez utiliser. Mais si je prends l'exemple de la situation que j'évoquais en introduction de la conférence, vous avez cette femme, peu de cette femme, mais à la fin, il a fallu la femme qui a ses enfants tués par leur oncle, il a fallu que le mari entre aussi dans le processus thérapeutique, qu'il puisse parler. Ce n'est pas que la personne qui porte la souffrance qui est concernée, il y a aussi par où les souffrances peuvent venir et par où, dans son environnement, qu'est-ce qui peut offrir le soutien. Ils ont défini avec le mari de se séparer, ce n'est pas qu'avec la personne. Mais vous élargissez la question en disant, mais oui, vous pouvez soigner la personne qui souffre, son mari, son environnement familial. Qu'en est-il si on inclut les autorités, les leaders qui provoquent l'insécurité? C'est une très très large question, mais tout ce qu'on a dit, c'est que si on travaille à une échelle individuelle, on va avoir des résultats, mais il faut que ça puisse se faire à plusieurs échelles. Je pense que c'est une des choses qu'on a dit. Le healing, c'est un processus, c'est plusieurs acteurs, c'est plusieurs facteurs. Ce n'est pas une chose qui amène au healing. La question de glorieuse réponse, est-ce que pour recruter, vous mettez les connecteurs et vous choisissez comme facilitateur les connecteurs et vous oubliez les diviseurs? C'est ce que je pense que si j'ai à choisir un facilitateur, ça doit être quelqu'un qui ne perturbe pas le groupe, mais qui aide à ce que le groupe puisse se construire. Et donc, je ne mettrai pas comme critère recruter le diviseur en termes de facilitateur. Par contre, un participant, le participant, il peut être connecteur, diviseur, parce que le groupe se nourrit aussi des conflits qui émergent dans le groupe. Et donc, le participant, il peut avoir toutes les caractéristiques qu'il veut, parce que c'est ce qu'il a vécu qui va être utilisé par le groupe pour fonctionner. Mais comme facilitateur, je pense que c'est très difficile, et l'a dit Florence Crowe, c'est comme si on mettrait comme critère, on va trouver quelqu'un qui est sain psychologiquement. C'est très difficile, mais on peut trouver des gens qui dans la société, qui ont des contacts avec d'autres, qui par leur expérience ont déjà aidé les autres. Il y a un certain nombre de critères qui peuvent être utilisés pour choisir des facilitateurs.
Excusez, docteur, il y a Claude à côté de moi qui voudrait intervenir sur la question que tu viens de commenter très rapidement. Merci.
Merci. Si j'ai bien compris, Gloriose, je ne sais pas si c'est spécifiquement pour les agents de paix ou si c'est pour qu'on tienne en compte qu'il y a des diviseurs qui sont influents également et auxquels on devrait prendre compte dans nos activités, dans nos interventions. Et si c'est ça que j'ai compris, je crois que ça vaut de la peine parce qu'il faut tenir compte de celui-là qui pourrait entraver votre processus. Et ce qui me ramène à la question de Charles, parce que je me rappelle une fois quand on était dans des discussions en prison et quelqu'un qui a dit que inkoko, agacha, kazica inkoko uko byagenda kose. Il y a de ces gens-là qui sont convaincus, c'est la réalité, il faut y penser, il faut peut-être développer un programme ou un cadre où on écoute ces gens-là, on essaye de déchiffrer leur fonctionnement, essayer de déconstruire leur construction pour un peu protéger ce processus-là dont Darius parle. Merci.
Merci Claude. Je voudrais demander à Dr Darius de commenter deux autres questions qu'il avait sur son agenda, sans oublier une question sur, si on regarde l'expérience des orphelins ou des moins jeunes par rapport aux adultes, est-ce qu'il y a une différence en termes de manifestation du trauma, étant donné que pour les jeunes, on sait qu'ils ont tout un avenir devant. Est-ce que vous avez des données sur ça aussi? Merci.
On n'a probablement pas beaucoup de temps, mais très vite pour réagir à la question de church et les religions. Je citerai une brave dame qui s'appelle Janov Bullman, qui a dit que le trauma et toutes ces expériences, une des choses qu'elle détruisent, c'est ce qu'elle appelle les croyances de base. Et les croyances de base, c'est-à-dire la croyance vis-à-vis de moi-même, la croyance, la sécurité dans la relation vis-à-vis de l'autre, la croyance dans mon environnement, dans mon pays, la croyance par rapport à Dieu ou l'être métaphysique. Et donc, si l'expérience traumatisante détruit autant ces croyances de base, alors toutes les initiatives qui visent à remobiliser les croyances de base sont le bienvenu et elles sont utilisées. Je pense qu'il y a des gens comme Obad, Antoine Taïsire. Au Rwanda, on a aussi ce type d'expériences qui n'ont pas été évoquées dans cette conférence. Mais si vous arrivez à remettre en place les croyances de base, vous êtes en train d'aider la personne à devenir une entité complète. Il y a... Peut-être qu'on n'a pas trop de temps. Il y a des questions qui ont été posées sur la collaboration régionale, la mise en place des stratégies régionales. Évidemment que ça a sa place et ça doit avoir lieu. Peut-être que je laisserai cette question à d'autres. Je pourrais aussi faire un commentaire sur quelqu'un qui a proposé qu'on travaille aussi avec les présidents qui...
Il y a une intervention pour la question des religieux.
Oui, je voudrais aussi essayer de vous aider. Et je devais d'abord, je crois que j'aurais aussi à poser cette question. Il y a eu beaucoup d'approches, mais vous n'avez pas parlé, par exemple, de pardon, de demande de pardon dans ce processus de healing. En fait, avec le génocide, il y a deux personnes, l'offenseur et la victime. Le trauma vient de ce que la victime a peur de l'offenseur et après le génocide, l'offenseur aussi a peur de la victime. Les deux sont enfermés et la clé pour ouvrir à la victime afin de sortir de son trauma, c'est son offenseur quand il lui dit « je te demande pardon ». Et la clé pour l'offenseur aussi, puisque lui aussi est enfermé après le génocide, la clé pour lui ouvrir, c'est la victime qu'il a. Et ce que je vous raconte, c'est ce que j'ai essayé de mettre en pratique dans ma paroisse parce que j'étais curé de paroisse.
Et moi, peut-être j'ai oublié si vous avez annoncé, beaucoup de gens sont en train de se demander.
Oui, moi je suis l'abbé Ubardi Rugirangoga.
Merci.
Voilà. Et quand j'ai commencé à parler du pardon comme la clé de ce mystère, quand j'ai commencé à parler du pardon et quand j'aurais aussi montré comment j'ai pardonné au bourreau de ma famille, c'est alors que les gens ont commencé à s'ouvrir aussi, à opter pour ce nouveau processus, qui est le pardon et la demande de pardon. Puisque le docteur a essayé de montrer beaucoup d'essais pour essayer de guérir les traumatisés, mais c'est l'offenseur qui a la clé pour ouvrir vraiment à la victime quand il lui dit je te pardonne, plutôt je te demande pardon. Et l'autre, quand il lui dit je te donne je te pardonne et je te demande pardon. Tout ce que vous essayez de dire, si on ne parvient pas à aider ces deux, s'ils ne parviennent pas à se rencontrer, et qu'on essaie vraiment de les aider au dialogue. Après tout, le problème toujours reste. Je viens par exemple de la paroisse de Kibirizi à Butare. Après une semaine d'évangélisation, les bourreaux viennent de dire, nous allons nous asseoir ensemble, nous allons essayer de nous souvenir de comment nous avons fait le génocide. Dans un proche avenir, nous allons montrer même à la société les gens qui n'ont pas été enterrés en tout honneur. Nous allons maintenant tout montrer. Parce qu'ils venaient de s'ouvrir. Ils venaient de se rendre compte qu'ils devaient ouvrir aux victimes en leur demandant pardon. Tout comme les victimes aussi venaient de prendre des décisions, de pardonner et d'être de montrer une certaine compassion. Je crois que cette approche, si vous ne faites pas aussi cette approche, ça n'ira pas. Parce qu'on aura toujours peur l'un de l'autre.
Merci, mon père, de nous partager l'expérience de la paroisse de Mushaka. L'abbé Obald est très connu pour avoir utilisé cette approche du pardon. Merci de nous avoir partagé cette expérience dans si peu de temps. Maintenant, nous avons deux autres questions. Ce ne sont pas des questions à demander à notre conférencier, Dr. Darius et Batoni, de commenter. La question qui concerne le contexte, que ce soit le contexte national, que ce soit le contexte régional, est-ce qu'on peut avoir une durabilité d'un programme de healing dans un contexte régional d'insécurité ou de violence? Est-ce qu'on peut être un îlot entouré de cette insécurité et faire un programme durable de healing? Est-ce qu'il faut avoir une approche régionale? Et ça rejoint aussi la question, même si on a parlé de l'advocacy et de la collaboration avec des autorités, le travail fait toujours avec les preneurs de décision. Il y a une question qui a été soulevée par Mary sur l'approche collective. Je ne sais pas si on l'a abordée, Mais je vais noter qu'il y a des questions auxquelles cette séance n'a pas répondu. Peut-être on les remettra encore dans la discussion. C'est bien de soulever les questions parce que ce sont ces questions qui nous poussent à faire des recherches. De même que la question de l'UNESCO sur les indicateurs de healing au niveau sociétal. Parce qu'il semble que les indicateurs et les outils que nous avons mesurent les problèmes au niveau individuel, mais qu'en est-il au niveau sociétal? Donc ce sont des questions que nous pouvons garder. On ne peut pas dire qu'on va répondre à des questions ici, mais nous apprenons et nous évoluons en posant des questions et en essayant aussi de trouver ou de faire des recherches complémentaires ou de soulever ou de faire comprendre, de soulever cette sensibilité à ce que ceci n'existait pas pour créer d'autres outils. Donc, on ne va pas répondre. Mais je vais laisser à Darius, il y a une question sur les jeunes et les moins jeunes. Je crois qu'il avait une réponse. Mais la préoccupation que vient de soulever le père Obad, est-ce qu'il peut y avoir des approches qui n'utilisent pas, je dirais, l'approche religieuse ou de croyance? Est-ce que dans les groupes thérapeutiques, dans les groupes psychosociaux dont nous a parlé Florence et Darius, est-ce qu'on travaille aussi sur la question de pardon? Est-ce que c'est obligatoire et c'est mandatory? Est-ce que nous pouvons interroger les participants à ces espaces s'ils sont arrivés à guérir de leur trauma, à ne plus avoir peur sans avoir recouru à cette approche religieuse? Peut-être nous n'aurons pas le temps pendant cette séance. Je vais demander au secrétariat de mettre sur la liste des questions, les 4 questions que je viens de poser, parce qu'il y a le chrono qui m'est donné, et puis on va passer aussi au lunch pour les séances suivantes. Merci. Je vais accorder 1 minute. Merci.
Je pense que je n'aurai pas besoin d'1 minute, vu le temps que le temps est en train de filer. Et donc, il y a des facteurs protecteurs, avoir l'espoir, avoir une famille. C'est des facteurs protecteurs. Et donc, je n'irai pas plus loin que ça. Et je pense que le prof Ionescu y reviendra en parlant des tuteurs de la résilience.
Merci beaucoup. Avec votre permission, en notant les 4 questions que j'ai soulevées, pour y revenir plus tard dans notre travail, parce que j'espère que le processus d'échange et de complémentarité devra continuer. Avant de passer à la pause, est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un ou quelqu'une dans la salle qui voudrait 1 minute pour compléter ou pour un mot qui voudrait parler de quelque chose? Pas une question, mais juste, je vois une main et je vais demander à ce qu'on lui passe le micro. Et pas une question, mais un complément ou, si c'est une question, on la met au secrétariat. Merci. Micro, s'il vous plaît, je crois que c'est Alice. C'est Alice? Voilà, merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Ce ne sera pas une question comme demandé. C'était plutôt un commentaire de curiosité. J'ai écouté avec beaucoup d'attention les interventions qui se suivaient et ça m'a réveillé une question ou une perturbation que j'ai eue depuis que je suis entrée dans ce pays qui concerne la matérialisation du healing. Je ne sais pas comment je peux appeler ça. Il me semble que parfois, nous parlons des choses qui, personnellement, me dépassent, parce que je me demande quand commence le healing et où est-ce qu'il s'arrête? Est-ce qu'il y a une telle société qui n'a pas de pathologie? Ou plutôt, nous avons dans toute société des pathologies en même temps que des énergies positives de capital social qui, une fois mobilisées, dans un sens ou dans un autre, peut avoir l'effet que nous avons. Parce que, est-ce qu'on peut dire que les États-Unis d'Amérique ne sont pas une société pathologique? Est-ce qu'on doit dire, qu'on peut dire avec assurance que le Rwanda a en lui des pathologies plus prononcées que les États-Unis? Je donne un exemple tout à fait innocent. Ou alors,
brièvement,
toute société...
s'il vous plaît, je m'excuse de vous interrompre.
Oui,
brièvement.
Parce que à des non-initiés comme moi, quand on parle de cette manière-là du healing, nous avons l'impression que c'est quelque chose qu'on peut voir au bout du chemin, alors que ça appelle de la complexité extrême. Peut-être qu'on peut y réfléchir. Merci.
Merci, merci Alice. C'est d'une complexité extrême. Ce sont des questions importantes que tu viens de soulever. Mais je note qu'on les note au secrétariat. Je pense qu'on va y revenir comme question soit de discussion, soit de recherche entre les gens qui travaillent dans le domaine. Mais je sais que vous n'êtes... ce n'est pas un domaine qui vous est loin, très loin, mais la matérialisation est quelque chose de difficile, effectivement. Et c'est pour cela qu'après les conflits armés, après les violences, on travaille plus sur le matériel et les blessures invisibles, parce qu'on ne les voit pas justement, on n'a pas l'impression qu'ils existent. Donc, mais quant à dire qu'entre le Rwanda et les États-Unis, ça c'est une question peut-être dans les journaux qui peuvent discuter, mais dans chaque société, j'imagine qu'il y a des degrés, des niveaux. Ce sont des intéressantes discussions. Alors, on approche notre pause, mais je m'excuse, il y a une dame du Centrafrique qui avait levé la main. C'est 1 minute, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Merci. Je m'appelle Chantal. Je voulais juste parler par rapport à ce que le prêtre a souligné ici, le problème du pardon. Et je crois que le travail de la guérison qui a été fait, c'est un travail vraiment profond que nous devons prendre en compte. Mais si nous discutons en mettant en cause tous ces efforts, ça va encore nous ramener en arrière. Et les prêtres, les pasteurs, les imams, leur travail, c'est d'apprendre à la population à la base le pardon, la réconciliation, le vivre ensemble, la moralité. C'est toutes ces valeurs-là qui sont dans le Coran, la Bible, que les prêtres doivent apprendre à la population à pratiquer. Et ce travail devait être complété ou poursuivre par ceux qui sont appelés par Dieu à le servir. Mais ce n'est pas pour encore mettre en cause ou dire que si le travail s'arrête là et qu'on n'ajoute pas le pardon dedans, ça veut dire qu'on met en cause tous ces efforts que la guérison, ce programme a établi ou a réalisé. Et le problème, c'est de comprendre ce qu'on doit faire et les limites des autres. Les limites des autres peuvent donner l'occasion à un autre de continuer pour accomplir une mission.
Merci, merci Madame Chantal. Avec votre permission, je voudrais m'excuser, on a pris un peu plus de temps que prévu, mais c'était nécessaire pour cette question importante et pour les approches. Alors, nous clôturons notre séance de ce matin qui arrive dans l'après-midi et je voudrais vous remercier pour votre attention, des discussions, des questions importantes et riches et remercier Dr Darius, Madame Florence et Jean-Claude pour leur contribution et je demande à Dr Joseph qui avait ouvert cette séance de nous dire qu'est-ce qui va suivre. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Makire. Yeah. Yes. Due to the fact that time has never been our friend, even though at times some people think the only resource we have is time, so allow us to have some adjustments. We were supposed to have 1 hour presentation by Dr. Teresa and Professor Inosco. We would like to inform the audience that it has shifted to the afternoon session. So from 2:30, we are to have that session up to 3:30. Then from 3:30, we are to have the theme on justice frameworks, healing and reconciliation. So we request each one of us to keep time so that by 2:30 we are back for the 2 sessions. Lunch is just down underneath the steps after the lobby, and also we do encourage each one of you to have his or her badge as we go for lunch. Thank you. The room is secure. You can leave your bags in, but not the money. The bags with books can be left behind. Just keep your dollars and passports.
to have you on this panel this afternoon. On my right side, I have Professor Nosku. He's a psychiatrist and clinical psychologist from Emeritus Professor of Psychology in the Paris 8 University in France and University of Quebec in Canada. Professor Nusk is an author or co-author of over 220 publications. That says a lot, indeed. So we are humbled, Professor, to have you here so that we can really have a very good discussion. I will start, indeed, with Professor Therese. And Therese, you have 20 minutes of your presentation, and then definitely we keep on going. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you for that introduction. As an American, I'm very happy to be at this conference on societal healing here and now. I understand that the ethnic violence and division that you see in my country is far and away from the extreme violence that we're covering in this conference, but it's how it begins. So I will be taking a lot away from this conference and bringing it back to my own country. So I thank you very much for your contributions. So my talk today is going to be a comparative analysis between post-Holocaust and post-1994 genocide against the Tutsi, mindful of their striking differences. Betty is a friend of mine, but she's also made it really clear she's holding me to 20 minutes. So as an academic, I'm going to read, so forgive my reading. I'm going to try to still be engaging in the process. Reflecting on her extensive work with survivors of the Holocaust and Rwanda's Tutsi genocide, psychologist Suzanne Kaplan concludes that extreme traumatization resulting from unexpected abnormal events is experienced in similar ways regardless of culture. At the same time, however, she notes that how a society responds, how an individual responds to trauma is profoundly influenced by the culture. In his 2001 article, Nathan Kellerman reviews the effects of traumatization for Holocaust survivors. He draws from a comprehensive literature review, interviews, treatment of hundreds of clients. What he found was contradictory findings between clinical studies that report greater psychopathology than comparative studies that use control groups. To summarize briefly, I'm going to just quote, Holocaust survivors showed substantially more post-traumatic stress symptoms than comparisons. However, they displayed good adaptation in physical health, cognitive functioning, and stress-related physiology, suggesting also a remarkable resilience. Child survivors, however, often face additional challenges across the lifespan because of their pronounced vulnerability. And I know this question came up earlier. There is quite a lot of research on this in the Holocaust literature, unlike the literature on Rwanda, which is just starting. So child survivors often face additional challenges and pronounced vulnerability because of a lack of parental attachment and developmental rest when experiencing the trauma. This puts them at risk, a higher risk for personality disorders and a lot of other vulnerabilities that you see on the screen there. Even though there's evidence that perpetrators suffered psychological breakdowns after the initial killing, there is little evidence, according to Israel Charney and Dan Baron, of suicide attempts or psychological breakdowns after the Holocaust. Historical forces impeded studying perpetrators years after the Holocaust, and the late Dan Baron, who studied them decades later, deemed it futile to collect the data directly. Instead, he interviewed 27 spiritual confessors and 29 healthcare workers, which yielded only 3 confessions, and this was when death was imminent. He also interviewed 45 children of perpetrators. Only 2 children report talking with their parents, who recounted their role in the Holocaust. In both cases, the parents had a mental breakdown. Bar-Aron labels a perennial silence characteristic of perpetrators. He calls this a double wall phenomenon. The perpetrator erects a wall to suppress inner conflict, but so do potential listeners who are having a hard time processing the flooding of emotions. So now I'd like to turn to the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. While most Jews died at the hand of Nazi strangers, far away from their homes, genocide killing of Tutsi occurred close to home by neighbors for the most part. In addition, most Jewish survivors emigrated away from the killing sites. Whereas numerous survivors in Rwanda live close to the killing sites and among perpetrators, many of whom killed their loved ones. Now, earlier this morning, we heard from distinguished Dr. Darius, which he gave a very, very good comprehensive presentation. And he, if you noticed this morning, said there's a new study out that's not up here by Blanchett that came out in 2016 that's reporting 21%. But given a margin of error, it's still around 20%-ish that we're finding in the general population. But the work of the late Dr. Nasson shows that it's 26%. It's double, though, according to studies that are coming out. I just put up one study to make that example, that it's double for survivors. Consistent with Holocaust literature, child survivors are especially vulnerable to trauma, especially PTSD. The 1995 National Trauma Survey reported that 79% of the respondents demonstrated probable PTSD, and even those that didn't demonstrate clinical levels of PTSD, they demonstrated PTSD-like symptoms in vast majority of the cases. 10 years after the genocide, Schall and Elbert studied 68 post-genocide orphans in Kigali. These youth, now this is 10 years later, exhibited a prevalence rate of PTSD at 44%. And again, they also display significant levels of post-traumatic stress syndrome. There's compelling evidence that many continue to face traumatic events after genocide. These same researchers, Schall and Elbert, found that after genocide, 38% of their sample of child survivors believe they will die prematurely. 31% saw a dead or mutilated body. 27% lost a brother or sister. These researchers call for additional study of ongoing post-genocide trauma exposure in relation to mental health. So I really want to just draw your attention in the interest of time to this last, I'm going to let, here you see is the blue, and that's from the study by Schall in 2012. And it compares the blue, which was a prison population that they studied in Butari and in Kigali, and survivors. But this one really stood out to me, and there's research now coming out on perpetrators, which is very provocative. So you can see that the prevalence rate of PTSD for perpetrators is much lower than it is for survivors. Interestingly, Schall and her colleagues report that, and I'm going to say this slowly because this really jumped out at me in the study, the participation in killing is negatively associated with developing PTSD. Indeed, only a few perpetrators identify killing as their most distressing event. You can see why this jumped out at me when I was reading the article. Weerstahl and colleagues provide a more in-depth analysis of this relationship. Using the same data as Schall, they measure instrumental aggression and enjoyment associated with engaging in ongoing violence with an appetitive aggression scale that they created. they find a statistically significant positive correlation between this appetite of aggression and the number of offenses committed. Event types also have a negative indirect effect on PTS symptomology, and they argue it's via this appetite of aggression, which these researchers posit may actually prevent the trauma from integrating into the fear network. This finding I find provocative because it challenges research indicating that genocidal killing in and of itself is traumatizing, and there's a lot of research on that. And this research is just beginning. I would now like to turn to healing, and as we talked about earlier this morning, it's difficult to untangle healing, forgiveness, and reconciliation. We had some discussion on that this morning, so I would like to speak to that. Peter Hayes, who is a Holocaust historian, argues that forgiveness for the Holocaust is impossible. According to Maimonides, the victim is unable to forgive until the offender confesses, repents, and repays him or her. But when the perpetrator engages in this process 3 times, the victim is morally bound to offer forgiveness in order to bring about closure and reconciliation. This process, however, never begins if the perpetrator is not willing and or is unable to forgive, nor can it take place if victims are not alive to offer forgiveness, which is largely the case in a post-Holocaust world. At the same time, Peter Hayes argues, this does not mean that reconciliation and dialogue among people of different faiths and cultures and so forth is impossible. We see this in the work of Dan Baron, Israeli psychologist. After years of counseling children of Holocaust survivors and children of Nazi perpetrators, he observed parallels in their psychic pain in that it was very much related to familial silence. He also saw their need to share their stories in a safe environment. He and Dr. Conrad Brendler designed a 4-day workshop to reflect on truth with 5 adult children of Holocaust survivors and 5 adult children of Nazi perpetrators. All the participants were carefully selected after they underwent individual and group therapy. The meetings had no agenda or explicit goals and proceeded with minimal facilitation. As participants listened empathically to each other, mutual trust and acceptance unfolded. Before his death, Baron organized 5 such groups, and they are considered generally to be a success given evidence of transformative healing and reconciliation. The fact that many of these groups continue after his death is a testament to their value. I want to contrast this view to an article that just came out by Rihanna Olfson in 2015. In contrast to a highly individualistic Western view of forgiveness that involves the victim overcoming resentment and a repudiation of revenge, Olfson introduces an Afro-communitarian view of forgiveness that is inextricably tied to reconciliation and promotes healing for the victim, perpetrator, and society. Suggestive of a Judaic perspective on forgiveness, this circle of forgiveness is not complete until the severed relationship is restored. Unlike the Judaic perspective, however, it is the victim who is obliged to initiate the forgiveness in order to prompt the perpetrator to take responsibility for harm doing, to make reparations as a sign of remorse, and to proffer a new relationship based on equality. Faced with tremendous social repression, the perpetrator is normatively expected to respond in this way. At the root of Afro-communitarian forgiveness is the collective health, nourished by this process. And I quote her, "Therefore, forgiveness is the beginning of an interaction, the start of a dialogue, and not the end of a process of overcoming resentment, as is often understood in Western individualistic worldviews." Research by Mukashima and Moulet assert that in a collectivist culture like Rwanda, the decision to forgive is probably more strongly motivated by the recovering of group harmony than by recovering an inner peace of mind or individual mental health that you see in Western societies. Given that most perpetrators did not directly, this is separate from Gacaca, did not directly apologize to victims, these researchers were able to assess how unconditional forgiveness relates to interpersonal reconciliation sentiment and healing, and they found that they were related in a positive way. The relationship, and this I thought was very interesting, between unconditional forgiveness and mental health, while it was statistically significant, it was weak. It was very weak. They conclude, this is their findings, in the particular case of Rwanda, forgiveness is associated with mental health only to the extent that forgiveness can fuel interpersonal reconciliation sentiment. Forgiveness in itself does not suffice for inducing mental health, according to their research. Drawing on Rwanda's strength and culture, stressing the collective self, sociotherapy offers a promising avenue for healing in post-genocide Rwanda. Unlike psychological trauma-focused approaches designed to foster individual healing from psychiatric disorders like PTSD, sociotherapy reflects group interventions that promote societal healing by rebuilding trust, strengthening interpersonal relations, and promoting socioeconomic development. Consistent with an Afro-communitarian perspective, this intervention is based on the premise that increasing the collective health, the community health, will generate mental health benefits for individuals and vice versa. One such intervention has been occurring for 10 years in Byumba, which is located in northern Rwanda. The intervention consists of 45 groups that run simultaneously. There's 10 to 15 members in each group. Any adult may join. Group leaders are volunteers. They receive training for about 3 months. Themes include safety, trust, care, respect, and memories. Symptoms related to trauma are addressed, but they're addressed through education and advice. Social interaction is promoted by way of debates, exchanging experiences, coping strategies, exercises, games, mutual practical support. Why this study jumped out to me is because it sounded very much like the work that Never Again is doing in terms of their group work that we heard this morning in the presentations this morning. And there is early preliminary research supporting mental health benefits to this approach. Schultz and colleagues conducted a quasi-experiment to evaluate this program. They compared indicators of mental health for 81 participants, which comprised the experimental group, and 73 members that were in the local community that comprised the control group. Members of both groups completed the self-reporting questionnaire designed by World Health Organization to screen for common mental disorders. A higher score reflected more severity. After 4 months, the score dropped by 1.2 for the experimental group, but only 0.2 for the control group. After a year, it declined by 2.3 points for the experimental group and 0.8 for the control group. The results indicate a marked improvement in mental health for participants of the program. We had some discussion this morning about social capital as well. There is some research that's just starting on this particular program that focuses specifically on social capital. The particular study is not a controlled design. It was really pretty much a review of the literature, and they were basically applying some of the principles that we see with the work of Robert Putnam, who is one of the leaders in promoting social capital. And the early evidence is also showing an increase in social capital, which they argue is contributing to societal healing as well. But as I said, it's very preliminary. So to close, I would like to end the way that I just started my presentation, and that is, it appears that Rwanda is beginning to generate programs rooted in Rwandan culture, rooted in an Afrocentric worldview. And there seems to be some initial evidence that they're working. So I want to end the way that I started. I believe that Rwanda can teach us, and others here today can teach us about healing, forgiveness, and reconciliation. And as I started, I'm anxious to hear some of the comments and contributions, and I do plan to take them back to my country. I think we need them too.
Thank you very much, Professor Therese Saiba, on her presentation, which was assessing similarities and particularities of the Holocaust and the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. And she specifically looked on notions of trauma, healing, forgiveness, and reconciliation. So I believe when we come to the preliminary session, we'll be able to have some questions, some comments on her topic that I guess we have really picked out some of those issues that we could see that are really very similar, or they're different, looking at the context that definitely is somehow different. Again, now, welcome again, Professor Eunice. This is a very hard name to pronounce for me, sorry. He's going to go through drivers of resilience in post-genocide and conflict societies. Again, I welcome you. Have your voice here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Bonjour. First of all, I want to thank Never Again for the invitation to participate at this international conference on healing and social cohesion. And I think that it's a very, very good initiative. And we are learning many things here. I'll speak today what about? The topic I'll present today implies a discussion of two recent concepts. First, the societal resilience, and second, the drivers of resilience. This will allow me to continue later, to outline later pathways to practice in the conditions of post-genocide and post-conflict societies. Numerous studies have been conducted in the past 50 years to examine the impact of stressors or disruptive harmful events on individual human beings. Conceived as a process, the individual resilience is typically defined as a successful adaptation to adversity or trauma. What happens when adversity or trauma concerns a large number of people? In several countries, proposals have been made to describe clinical entities that affect a large number of people. I can mention historical trauma, a collective emotional and psychological injury over the lifespan and across generation, the dysfunctional community syndrome, a situation whereby multiple violence types are occurring and appear to be increasing over generations, both quantitatively, number of incidents, and in terms of the intensity of violence experiences. And finally, the societal PTSD described by an Ireland team with Elliott, Bishop, and Stokes. Under conditions of adversity or collective trauma, resilience processes can also occur. In the publications, this process is named community, collective, social, national, public, or societal resilience. In recent years, various authors began to use the term societal resilience, for example, Boyne and McConnell, Madlala Routledge, Fuertes, Enfield, and Springer Gibbs. In my opinion, the concept of societal resilience could be used to characterize the resilience that can occur when an entire society is affected by a major collective trauma, such as war, genocide, apartheid, or by collective forms of adversity, such as famine, extreme poverty, or epidemics. The term drivers is used in the field of resilience when resilience is discussed in the context of the dynamics of ecosystems and socio-ecological systems. In this context, resilience is the science of the complex adaptive systems functioning. These systems are composed by a large number of elements connected by nonlinear interactions. These systems are subject to external influences at different scales. Two positions on the drivers are encountered in the available publications. Some authors, Wilson, for example, who quoted Olick and Robbins, believe that local communities are social systems exposed in time and space to manifold endogenous and exogenous drivers that affect their resilience. Walker and colleagues have a different, more restricted view. They consider that the drivers are external to the systems. They argue that a system change following the action of both internal relations between state variables and external drivers. For these authors, drivers are variables that within the scale of the analysis are not considered to be part of the system and are not affected by what happens within the system. The Walker and colleagues' position involves establishing in a precise manner what is in the system and what is outside, hence to establish very clear systems boundaries. This is not always easy. Obviously, in the case of societal resilience, the definition of the systems involved, of their interactive components and their boundaries is very complex. And at present, our knowledge is limited. In fact, there are multiple systems forming ensembles nested one in other of adaptive cycles. In post-genocide and post-conflict context, intervention should be aimed primarily to 4 systems that could act as drivers of societal resilience: cultural, educational, legal, and association systems. It is clear that in 15 or 20 minutes it's impossible to present all details. Then my presentation is a short summary of these 4 systems. Cultural system. The cultural system constitutes an important driver of resilience. In a research conducted in Rwanda by UNESCO, Rutembesa and Yvonne Kaite-Shonga, present here now, highlighted the importance of the Rwandan cultural values as driver of resilience in a group of students from the University of Rwanda. In traumatic situations, Rwandan people often say, "Be brave, hold out, not to be a coward." This philosophy of life is found in several Rwandan proverbs. In this context, it's also relevant to recall the 4 concepts which, according to Maniragaba, are core Rwandan cultural value: Kubao, Kubana, Gutunga, Gutuganirwa. These cultural values can and should be taken into account in the resilience process. A link can be established between the collective coping strategies and the cultural system. In fact, from 1990, with the work of Kleber, it became apparent that the coping is not only an individual process. Society provides individuals with tools related to the aftermath of trauma, standards and values, as well as symbols, buildings, museums, statues, and rituals channel the thoughts and emotions and create favorable conditions for the development of individual modes to cope. Kleber quotes in this sense everything that allows remembering the places of memory. In this context, I would like to mention also the concept of social memory, popularized by von Bertalanffy, who highlighted that any system, human or natural, is imbued with a memory that relates the system to past events. Social memory affects community resilience. It can work as a process leading to more resilient communities related to social learning and traditions associated with beneficial practices. Another system is the educational system. Resilience education represents a major paradigm shift that began to emerge in the late 20th century. Using a systemic approach that can be put into practice as early as in elementary school by teachers, counselors, administrators, and the entire community, the goal of education based on resilience is to develop protective factors. Brown, DeMedio Caston, and Bernard proposed such a program aimed at the development of decision-making and emotional skills, as well as at the connection between people. The model proposed by these authors can be used in any learning situation, in school, in class, after school, or in an organization located in the vicinity, and may be put into practice in a family setting. The author's model is known by the acronym PORTABLE, which comes from 4 distinct but related terms: participation, observation, reflection, and transformation. The word participation refers to active, authentic engagement. The second component of the model, observation, means taking notes about what happens at the personal, interpersonal, and environmental context. Reflection refers to the interpretation of experiences and focuses on what is learned about the situation experienced or the context of learning itself. The last element of portable model is transformation, which implies that the person is conscious that feels responsible for an act. This corresponds to an informed action chosen among several alternatives. Another way to understand resilience education is proposed by Gilham and colleagues. These authors define it as education which aims to promote the student's resilience. It would be a component of positive education and contribute to positive youth development. Richardson and White proposed another resilience education program. These authors believe that the main objective of resilience education is to create situations which enable learners to achieve sufficiently great introspection in order to identify, find, and use sources of resilience to live and cope daily. In order to achieve this, Richardson developed a 5-week program with a weekly 1-day session. Each session has a clear objective. Among these goals is to form resilient relationships. I wish also to mention that by 2011, UNESCO has emphasized in a document entitled Promoting Resilience, Developing Capacity Within Education Systems Affected by Conflict, the important role of education as a driver of resilience. The legal system, without being immune to criticism, the therapeutic justice and the restorative justice have opened new avenues in judicial practice. Their application has proven to be a potential resilience driver. The term therapeutic jurisprudence is used for the first time in 1987 in a paper presented at the National Institute of Mental Health by David Wexler. According to Wexler, the legal rules and procedures and the legal field actors, lawyers, judges, are social forces and have often therapeutic or anti-therapeutic consequences. Therapeutic jurisprudence sensitizes us to the consequences of the law and leads us to ask ourselves if the anti-therapeutic consequences can be reduced or even cancelled, and if therapeutic consequences can be increased without prejudice to justice values. Conceived by Albert Eglash restorative justice paradigm was established after the publication of Howard Zer's book with the evocative title, Changing Lenses, a New Focus for Crime and Justice, in which the author opposes the restorative model to punitive model and describes a set of principles that distinguish his model. Cairns and colleagues consider that in the restorative perspective, crime constitutes a disruption of harmony and of the community relations, and therefore it should be managed in the community by the victim, the offender, and the community. Emphasis should therefore be put in equal measure on the offender, on the victim, and the community. Specifically, this means repair the evil, the harm, heal the suffering of the victim, heal the community, bring the offender, thanks to his accountability, to establish a healthy relationship with the community. Encourage the community to take responsibility and respond to the crime. In the context of the legal system, I would mention finally the Gacaca traditional justice set up in 2001 in Rwanda that aimed not only the justice but also to rebuild the social fabric. I know the next roundtable is devoted to the transitional justice, and I hope that I learned many other things. The fourth system is the association systems and workshops for social fabric repairs. Genocide is causing the destruction of social relations, disaffiliation, and destruction of the social fabric. Different devices were designed for the reconstruction of destroyed relationships. Associations have an important role in repairing the social fabric, and after the Tutsi genocide, various associations were created. I'll mention, among others, the Association of Widows of the April Genocide, the Isenga and Mazi Association for Orphan Children, the Association of Students Survivors of the Genocide. At the same time, were created spaces for exchange and encounter groups that represent genuine workshop to repair the social fabric. In this context, I would mention the camp created by the Wisenga Association, the Forum Theater, the Ubuhede device or Wamatorero device that represent true schools of life. I note too the reassumption of traditional devices of the vigil and others. I think it's important to emphasize the creativity manifested in the creation of so many different devices focused on rebuilding the social fabric. Obviously, besides the four systems mentioned as driver of resilience, a key role in societal resilience process consists of the policy of unity and reconciliation embodied in numerous actions throughout Rwanda. I gave the last slide to temper the anxiety of our president.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your brilliant presentation on the drivers of resilience in post-genocide and conflict societies. He really went through in his presentation, looking at what is societal resilience, drivers' resilience, but more importantly, in areas we should really focus on in post-genocide societies, specifically looking through 4 systems to deal with it, which is cultural, educational, legal, and social systems. I know that I don't want to take much of your time. I know that time is really not on our side, and there's really the next step. But I want to ask the audience that please, if you could really go straight to the question and really have just 1 minute. If you have any question or comment, I would really need your support in terms of being specific and so quick to your question or comment, so that we could be able to finalize within our time limited, because we have only 10 minutes to finalize this. So I would really want to thank you very much. And so the floor is yours. I will start with her.
Thank you so much. I'm just very interested in how we can have access to the full papers. The conference papers that they're presenting. Isn't that wonderful?
I think Anne again should.
Yes, I can send you not documents, but references. Give me your... I published in August a book under my direction with many other colleagues about different forms of resilience. Because I want to inform you that resilience is now, the concept of resilience is now employed in many, many fields, not only in psychology. I have a colleague at the Cambridge University which works about the employment of resilience concept in international political relationships. I have a colleague at the University of Malta. He works about economic resilience. But there are many things about educational resilience and education of resilience, about culture and resilience. There are chapters about culture and resilience. And now we are preparing the English translation of this book, and it will be published, I hope, next year. Social work also, because it's very important for all these problems. It's a colleague from South Africa, from Johannesburg, who works in this field.
Thank you very much, Professor, for availing. Yeah. Any other question or comment to the panelist? Yes, there is.
Thank you, moderator. Mine is a bit of elaboration about the Dunbar on research, particularly the concept of double wall. I haven't got it properly. In addition to that, I would like to hear more about the fact that genocide participation is not necessarily traumatizing. Mostly coming from South Africa, the work of Gobodo Madikizela and others were showing how being involved in such massive violence traumatized the perpetrator. So can you please elaborate on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice. I think this goes to Professor Teresa. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I found Well, I want to begin by saying I'm not going to defend this research because it's just coming out. And what we are finding, there was an ethnography conducted in Rwanda. I'm going to fracture the name by Theonesse Rudayirsier and Amik Richters. And this ethnography took place for 4 years, and it was in southeastern Rwanda, and they looked at 19 ex-prisoners and the 24 women. And what they found was that what was the most traumatizing was actually what they went through after genocide, such as their very lengthy prison experience, the uncertainty of gacaca, the uncertainty of re-entering a community labeled as a perpetrator, coming back to a family that's been without this person for 10 years. So they found that those factors were actually stronger. Those are the ones that they recounted more than the actual genocide itself. But the reason that I'm not really going to defend this research is because it's so preliminary. I just came across it. It came out in 2014. But I'd be happy to share the studies. There's actually a few that are out there on this particular topic.
Reza, can we have, yes, this side.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Professor Ionescu about social resilience. What is the thinking of how social resilience can be measured? What are the indicators?
Je vais répondre en français cette fois-ci. And you can listen in English. C'est une opération très difficile, cette évaluation de la résilience sociale. Je dirais de la résilience sociétale. Nous sommes en cours de penser à comment adapter un système qui a été mis au point par l'équipe de Fran Norris, qui est la directrice de l'Institut pour les situations d'urgence aux États-Unis, et qui a élaboré un modèle qui est à la base d'une série d'instruments peu nombreux pour évaluer la résilience communautaire. La résilience communautaire. Donc sur des populations plus réduites. Ce modèle tient compte d'un ensemble de facteurs qui interviennent dans le processus de résilience. Ce n'est pas un seul facteur, c'est des nombreux facteurs. Ça va par exemple de la façon dont une société est distribuée la richesse. Ça va des systèmes de communication dans la société respective. Ça va jusqu'aux réseaux sociaux qui existent, aux associations, au maillage social dans la société et dans la communauté respective. Donc il y a énormément d'indicateurs dont on doit tenir compte. Et aujourd'hui, je discutais avec le collègue de Chypre. Je lui posais la question au sujet de comment on peut évaluer la réconciliation. Et à une des pauses, il m'a expliqué qu'ils ont fait un travail, il m'a donné des indications bibliographiques. Et donc, j'ai compris que la situation est la même. C'est-à-dire que vu que c'est le résultat d'une multitude de facteurs, il faut en tenir compte de tous ces facteurs, et d'autre part, qu'il y a des variations régionales. C'est-à-dire qu'on n'a pas les mêmes facteurs qui sont des bons prédicteurs de ce qu'il y a. Et enfin, je rajouterai encore quelque chose. Et cette question a été posée ce matin en tout cas avant le lunch, c'est le fait qu'il faut penser la résilience sociétale aussi de manière préventive. C'est-à-dire qu'il faut créer des sociétés qui anticipent, qui se préparent aux catastrophes. Dans certains domaines, des choses de ce genre existent. Par exemple, je connais, et à l'élaboration d'un livre dont je parlais, on a écrit de ça, il y a des programmes, par exemple au Japon et en Iran, des pays où il y a des fréquents tremblements de terre, il y a des programmes de formation à la résilience par rapport aux catastrophes, en anticipant ces catastrophes. Donc la tendance maintenant est celle-ci, de faire de la prévention. Et le volet dont j'ai parlé avec l'éducation est justement bâti dans ce sens. Commencer tôt, dès l'école primaire, et aller à diffuser dans la société, chez tous les gens, dans la mesure du possible, des stratégies permettant la résilience. Donc, il faut l'anticiper.
Thank you very much. I really need just 2 questions, those burning questions, because I really have 3 minutes to close up this panel. So if there are really 2 burning questions you think I never go to without asking the panelists, just one. Yes.
Thank you. Mine is not a question. My name is Theonis Rotaisire, and I'm the one who did the study Professor Teresa was referring to, and I did it with Professor Nemik. I just want to clarify one thing so that people can go home at least knowing what we did exactly. My point is that we did not compare in that study people's experience dealing the killing, when you are killing, and how those experiences became a traumatizing experience later on. Our study was trying to understand the lives of ex-prisoners and also when they went through Gacaca. Now, another thing I can only add is that in the studies you are doing now, we are also having some indication, of course, that they are also that experience of healing is also turning out to be traumatizing. We are not done yet with those studies. I just want to clarify that point. We did not compare these 2 experiences. Thank you very much.
Much, Prof. Tracy, for clarifying that, and I think, yeah, that's really taken. Yeah. Any other last comment or question before we close this panel? I think there is really no more questions. I had to thank our distinguished presenters for taking us back into academia. I think many of us who are really practitioners, this was really an amazing how we could link our work back in the field as well as from the academia perspective. So this was really good. Thank you very much. I would want those in the Congress, please give them a very good hands of thanking them for the presentation. Thank you very much. I'm told the next speakers have to be here in 1 minute, so I won't take much of your time. Thank you very much for your attention and thank you.
Thank you, Beth, for facilitating the session. The next session will be facilitated by Professor Teresa. Professor Teresa, she's from Utah State. Yeah, they are all my friends. Maybe it's only that I had forgotten to mention something, and that's why Professor Teresa kept coming to my mind. If you read the mapping report, there is some forward she wrote showing how she met Joseph and Albert. So maybe the brains were trying to remind me that there is some piece of introduction that you didn't put forward. The next session will be facilitated by Professor Stephanie. She's a professor at Utah State University, Weber State University in Utah State. And I'm privileged to have her facilitate the session. She's also, she does support Never Again in the Peace Building Institute. I want also to take the opportunity to request Dr. J. Shaka Mugabe to come forward, and also Graham Simpson. Allow me also to take the opportunity to request Madam Alice Kariches.
All right, thank you. Welcome to our next panel on justice frameworks, healing and reconciliation. In the interest of time, I am keeping my comments very short. So we are going to have our first presentation with Dr. Aji. He is the Senior Lecturer in Research at the Center for Conflict Management, University of Rwanda. Then we will have our second panel by Graham Simpson. He is the Director of Interpeace USA. And then our third from Alice Karakizi, who co-founded the Center for Conflict Management at the National University. So without any further delay, I will turn this panel over to Dr. Aji.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I was requested to make a presentation on experiences of reparation and reconciliation from a comparative perspective. Initially, when I was preparing this paper, I started as a single case study focusing on my country, Rwanda. But then when I was asked to compare Rwanda to another different African country, I chose South Africa for many reasons. I'm aware the two contexts are totally different, but we do also have similarities, especially in terms of hardship following the genocide in Rwanda and apartheid rule in South Africa. My outline, I'm not sure I'm going to follow it the way it is, but I'd like to make a brief description of the two reconciliation contexts and then ask my research question. And yes, have a look at some theoretical perspective and then share the key findings. There is no need to tell you that the genocide that was committed in Rwanda in 1994 decimated more than 1 million people. No need to say that it destroyed not only human beings, the population, but also the economy, infrastructures, culture, and so many things that have been already said. Following this genocide, the government of Rwanda initiated a number of mechanisms to reconstruct the society, but also to promote reconciliation. The most popular of them include the Memory of Genocide that we commemorate starting from 1995, the Fund for Genocide Survivors Assistance that is known under its French acronym, FARG, and which is going to be my main focus. And then the National Unity and Reconciliation Commission, the Gacaca Courts, institutional reforms, and more recently, the National Itorero Commission and the Munyarwanda program. Reconciliation in Rwanda was not just decided after genocide was committed. It was part of the Arusha Peace Agreement. It is provided for by the Arusha Peace Agreement of 1993 because the history of Rwanda was already a history of violence and many people had been killed before genocide was committed. So this was part of the peace agreement in Arusha, and it was implemented after the genocide was committed. Characteristics, the type of reconciliation in Rwanda looks to be horizontal because both groups are, if you want, in similar living standard conditions, which is totally different from what we see in South Africa, where the model seems to be vertical reconciliation. The dominant approach is structural. The government of Rwanda invests a lot in transforming structures as a way to build lasting peace. The model is also generally top-down, but too much is done from the government, and only little has been coming from the grassroots. even if we were experiencing an increase in terms of civil society and community member organizations. In South Africa, following the apartheid that lasted for 46 years, 18,000 people were killed, 80,000 people were in jail, with 6,000 people being tortured. And following the victory of the African National Congress in 1994, the government embarked on a huge and ambitious reconciliation program. The most popular tool or mechanism for reconciliation in South Africa is the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I even think that this commission is the most popular of all truth commissions that ever existed, because it had a huge mandate not only to recover the truth about what happened, but also to provide for reparations, which is not part of different commissions and other transitional justice that Rwanda put in place. The commission had 4 specific objectives. One of them, I'm very much interested in that one, is about reparations for violence and other losses that victims of apartheid went through. The type of reconciliation is vertical. If you compare the living standards of the white minority with the living standards of the black majority. So it's a vertical model of reconciliation. The dominant approach is structural, but also a very present element of spiritual reconciliation, I think, because of the profile of the former head of the commission, Bishop Desmond Tutu. And the model was also government dominated, the way we see it in Rwanda. So what's my research problem? The research problem is there is a huge and abundant literature on reparation and reconciliation. But publications on the same topic from the perspective of victims seem to be underrepresented in the existing literature. So I picked interest from my discussion with different genocide survivors in Rwanda and found that this was a bit underrepresented. Number 2, in the context of Rwanda, we don't have enough documentation comparing the context of Rwanda to the context of South Africa, which in my understanding is equally important. Reconciliation does not necessarily mean indemnification or restitution. I have chosen to use the UN definition and will be focusing mainly on the third element of rehabilitation or readaptation, even if I will be referring to indemnification as well. Yeah, both have been provided for in the existing legislations in Rwanda and South Africa, but during the implementation in Rwanda, this has been materialized, while this has remained mainly in the documents. It's kind of promises. In South Africa, they did the same, but they had direct compensation under 2 different schemes, and then a collective reparation under the rehabilitation aspect known as the Black Economic Empowerment. In the context of Rwanda, if you look at the law instituting FARJ, the character of reparation is clear because the law says that only genocide survivors are eligible to this assistance. It's not a program for social protection, the way we see Ubudehe and many other government programs. It's a reparation, since only eligible genocide victims can benefit from this program. In South Africa, under the rehabilitation scheme, the government introduced this black economic empowerment, which is similar to FARC in different ways. But I think I need to make this clear. FARC assists genocide survivors in terms of education, healthcare, housing, some cash transfer for the most vulnerable, and income-generating activities. In South Africa, this focuses on empowering the economic capacity of the black majority with the purpose to create a middle class among the black majority. Now, the overarching question is how and to what extent do reparation measures encourage reconciliation in both contexts, Rwanda and South Africa? And from this main question, I'm trying to address subsidiary questions, including what is the perspective of survivors, what are the similarities and the dissemblances between the two contexts, and what are the key lessons. Now, from this, I'm glad to share the theoretical framework that has guided the analysis. Good. As I was mentioning this, there is a huge literature on the role of reparation in promoting reconciliation. Some conclusions from different theorists are even ambitious and overconfident. And one of the ideas that I selected randomly is this from Wendy, where she says that delayed reparation is healing retarded. Réparation retardée égale à réconciliation reportée. If you look at this, it's extremely authoritative. But the findings does not seem to support necessarily this conclusion. The second one that I picked randomly is from Mika and Zer, and the third one from Pablo de Grave. All of them show that whenever we have reparations, the outcome that is expected is reconciliation. Now, key findings. In the context of Rwanda, reparation was listed by genocide survivors as one of the top priorities. It was number 3 behind security, physical security, and punishment of genocide perpetrators. This means that victims are primarily interested in seeing genocide perpetrators being held accountable before they think of reparations. Number 2, the existence of the fund, even if its budget is small, 6% of the government internal revenue, even if the budget is small to face the huge needs of genocide survivors, its only existence is perceived as a recognition of their victim status. The fact that FARC exists tells people that your status of victim is recognized, which is very important. It's a form of symbolic reparation. This existence has contributed to not popularize, but making acceptable the concept of reconciliation, which does not necessarily mean that reconciliation is achieved. It makes acceptable among genocide survivors. And findings show that only 12% of genocide survivors were favorable to reconciliation before FARC was created, as compared to 63% after the FARC was introduced. For me, it shows a huge progress in terms of attitude towards reconciliation, not reconciliation itself. So why does this attitude increase progress in this way? It's because, according to genocide survivors, FARC softens, it reduces, it helps them to face the hardship of life, it improves their living standards, and therefore restores their human dignity. According to their own words, FARC is the only victim-centered transitional justice mechanism in the context of Rwanda. And I discussed with students who were saying, for me, FARC is just my parent, my new parent. It replaced my family since it's helping me to pay my school fees. It gives me support in terms of health care, housing, and so forth. The existence of this fund is a message that the government cares and that the living standards conditions of genocide matter. There is a hope for a better lendemain because of FARC, right? Educating thousands and thousands of genocide survivors, the hope of a tomorrow, a better tomorrow, is very, very present and evident among genocide survivors. But the way this fund influences relationships between genocide survivors and genocide perpetrators and their family members at large is not clear. It doesn't happen to be clear. Yes, just to sum up, because I'm told that my time is going, there are three reasons why the impact of FARC is relatively small in terms of promoting reconciliation. One, the fund is not financed by genocide perpetrators. Nothing comes from them. In this sense, it's not clear whether this is contributing to reconciliation. I've heard about the cheap reconciliation idea of Wolf among genocide survivors because nothing is coming from the genocide perpetrators. Yeah, number two, not all genocide survivors are eligible to this assistance because of the budget, once again, only the most vulnerable. And number three, expectations about material reparations that were also reiterated with the Gacaca law and that never materialized are creating frustrations among genocide survivors. I need to go to the case of South Africa now. Yes, South Africa implemented direct compensation, including what the Commission called urgent interim reparation. That was a kind of provisional urgent support to victims of apartheid. The individual reparation grant that was calculated after the work and investigation by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and then the government supported black economic empowerment. I'm not going to go through these figures. Yes, like the case of Rwanda, in South Africa, even if this direct support, direct compensation has been given to some victims, those who qualified like 19,000, the amount was seen as very, very little. When the President Thabo Mbeki introduced this and said that he's going to give the amount, etc., representatives of victims was comparing this as a salt in a wound, just to tell us that we give a small amount of money to face the consequences of apartheid. Some of them went far by saying that simple acknowledgement would have been better than the attempt of material reparations. Yeah, the black economic empowerment has created resistance and virulent criticisms, especially from the white minority. Some sees it as a new form of apartheid because it is called a racial selective program because only black people are eligible to this support, which again creates problem in terms of reconciliation. How it approaches the two groups is not clear. Sorry, I think I need to rush and go to the conclusions. Yes, I have a number of concluding lessons. In South Africa and in Rwanda, the mechanisms that were put in place to help genocide survivors and victims of apartheid to readapt have contributed a lot in improving the living standards of those victims. By improving the living conditions of victims, these reparation measures have helped to put reconciliation on a national and societal agenda. That means they reduced the unpopular character of the idea of reconciliation. But the extent to which these reparations contributes to social cohesion, solidarity, mutual acceptance between conflicting parties is not evident. Existing reparation mechanisms have, I think I'm going back to the same. Yes. Yes, despite repetitive claims for direct compensation, no mechanism is likely to effectively repair lost dignity and fairly recover deprived human rights after mass crimes are committed. Any reparation mechanism appears to be a micro response to face macro injustice. The case of South Africa and Rwanda fully confirm this. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to our next presentation.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the government of Sweden, Never Again Rwanda, and my own organization, Interpeace, for frankly the privilege of being here. And I really mean that. It is an extraordinarily humbling experience to listen to and witness the work that's being done by Never Again Rwanda. I think we don't always recognize and acknowledge, especially when we zoom out and look at comparative examples and international levels and the academic perspective on these things, that everything we know in this field, in my view, we have learned from the innovation of local practitioners. Taking risks, breaking rules, trying new things, dealing with extraordinary difficult circumstances. And it's really quite humbling to be in a space where I've had the opportunity to listen to this. I think you are doing absolutely unbelievable work. And if that was all I was going to say today, I would feel like it was the best contribution I could have made. Unfortunately, I'm going to force you to endure more than that. Very quick disclaimers, because there's almost no way I'll get through what I want to in the 20 minutes I have. I have written a short 4-page paper which is a summary of some of my points. I will share it. I haven't given it to the translators, so I have no doubt I'm going to put them through hell trying to translate me really fast. But I'm going to go quickly, and I apologize. I have no French, so I'm only going to do this in English. Last thing, I'm not talking about Rwanda. I know too little about Rwanda. I'm intrigued and I'm learning an enormous amount about the context. There are 1 or 2 references to Rwanda, but I'm not talking about Rwanda, and that's important because I think the particularities of context are really critical. And so in drawing on other examples, we have to be really careful of assuming that they are transportable from one context to another. We need to read these situations critically, take what we can, dispense with what we can't. There is, and it's especially important in relation to the conversation about transitional justice, there is no template that we can drop on societies and communities as if it's applicable to all contexts. And I know this only too well, because from a South African perspective, we spend most of our time, when I was involved in anti-apartheid struggles, asserting how utterly different and unique our society was. And then when we had this remarkable transition and a fascinating Truth Commission and an amazing negotiated political process, South Africans selectively forgot that and started marketing their experience as if it was a model for everywhere else in the world. It absolutely isn't. Yeah? I'm also not going to talk much about South Africa. What I do want to do is to talk about the relationship between transitional justice and these issues of healing, and that was my mandate. But I do want to say that both the fields of justice and the issues of healing, and I'm going to challenge the word healing in a moment, I think wrestle with some very particular things when they are dealing with massive and systematic patterns of violence. And that's important because we are talking about magnitude, the size both of the victim and the perpetrator community, the pervasiveness in the society, but we're also talking about systems. We talk about systems that are reliant on institutions, on vehicles other than just individual agency in these processes, that when violence is systematic and human rights violations are systematic, these present really important challenges. They present challenges particularly for systems of justice, which are often designed to deal with violations that are ordinary rather than extraordinary, that are intimate and individual in terms of accountability and responsibility rather than collective. And I think often we have the same problems when we think about healing, because so much of our methodologies and tools are oriented around an individualized treatment approach or a medicalized approach to individual symptoms, and we extrapolate into the societal context in ways that I think in both the justice arena and in the arena of psychological healing can be very dangerous. I think this is very true in the transitional justice field, where I think there's been an ease with which we've talked about societal healing and transitional justice as if there's something inherent about them, and we need to subject the mechanisms of transitional justice to scrutiny for whether or not they do or don't contribute to these things, and try and assess how they do, if they do. So the problem is compounded when we talk about the relationship between transitional justice and healing, and we can see this as a dilemma in both these fields, how we think about the relationship between individual or even community or collective processes and the macro societal level processes, the questions of societal resilience as opposed to individual or community resilience. These are things we really need to think about in very important ways, and we need to challenge this, how very personal narratives, very personal experiences or community-based experiences may or may not articulate well with the meta-narratives of national processes that are often shaped by social, political, and economic criteria over and above others. These are deeply political processes, and it's very hard to extrapolate a medicalized way of thinking about healing from these broader experiences that for ordinary people from all of my work with victim communities are indivisible. I remember talking to South African victims, members of the Kulamani Survivor Support Group, and I remember people talking to me and saying, you know, my experience of torture or my experience of having lost a loved one is inseparable from my experience in South Africa of being black and marginalized and excluded, or being dispossessed of my land, or being restricted in terms of my educational opportunities. That these experiences of victimization are often indivisible for people, and sometimes in the taxonomy of the crimes we prioritize, we see ourselves as treating some of these things and prioritizing some of them at the expense of a more integrated approach, and it does no justice to the complex, integrated identity of victims who are human beings. So I want to say that healing and justice are not just about psychological damage and not just about physical harm, that this is about relationships. It's about relationships, about the wider damage to social fabric. And it's also, very importantly, not only about the reconciliation discourse, which is so often framed exclusively about horizontal relationships between people, victims and perpetrators, different ethnic groups, different religious groups in society. It's not only about horizontal relationships that are damaged by conflict, it's also critically the relationships of trust. Perhaps we can call it, as Pablo de Grief does, civic trust, in the relationship between people and the state, in the relationship between people and institutions and authorities in society. And this is very important because from a justice or human rights perspective, we are often talking about not only the management of relationships between people, but the relationship between state and society. And the rebuilding and healing of societies is often about healing that relationship of trust as much as it is the horizontal relationships. So what does this mean for transitional justice and a justice discourse on this? I do just want to say one other thing about this. Both some of our models around healing and some of our models around justice are also endangered by the risk of being retrospective rather than proactive. We abandon justice as prevention and healing as prevention when we think about it only as accountability and dealing with the past. I'm not saying this isn't very important, but in many societies, the problems are not post-traumatic anything. They're about continuous traumatic stress. They're about new patterns of marginalization. They're about new risks of conflict and violence. And so they're as much about a prevention discourse or a proactive engagement with dealing with the future as they are dealing with the past. This gives rise to two challenges. In the healing environment, real problems with notions of catharsis and closure that are assumed to be intrinsic to some of the testimony in human rights violations, processes, and truth commissions, etc., etc. The real danger, in fact, in some senses, is the assumption that was implicit in the banner that stood behind many of the victims who testified in the South African Truth Commission that said, revealing is healing. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it's about integrating this legacy of trauma. Sometimes it's about reliving these legacies of trauma. So it's really important that we don't assume an inherent discourse around healing and catharsis, and least of all closure, which suggests that the past is the past and is some ways, whether socially or psychologically, separable from the way in which people relate to the relationships, both horizontally and vertically, in a new society. So transitional justice claims, and in some ways its creative space, is that it offered a, someone talked about a restorative justice approach, it offered a middle ground, a middle road between what has been described between vengeance and forgiveness, or between retribution, retributive justice, and forgetting, amnesia. That what transitional justice offered was a series of mechanisms that allowed for accountability and an ability to account that was both judicial and non-judicial. It was about trials, but it was also about truth-seeking and truth-telling, and I'll explain why there's a difference between those two. But there are dangers. There are dangers that these sorts of transitional justice approaches, which claim primarily to be victim-centered, and the transitional justice discourse was about saying, we're not just obsessed with holding perpetrators accountable. We're concerned with the fact that justice needs to service the needs in different ways of victims, diverse needs. But there's a real danger as well, that what these mechanisms do is they craft a notion of an archetypal victim. A victim that is homogenized, is seen as having one set of needs. So people will say victims need justice. Victims can forgive. Victims expect or prioritize reparation. My experience in working with victim communities is that they need different things. They are not a homogeneous community, and worse still, or better perhaps, their needs and expectations change over time. I'll give you an example. Stanza Bopapi, a dear friend of mine who was one of the cases of the disappeared investigated in the South African Truth Commission, worked very closely with his father and his family. And his family said to us, all we want initially is we want to know what happened to our son. He was arrested by the police, tortured to death, his body disposed of by the police. A terrible story. When it became clear from an amnesty hearing that certain people had tortured him, his father said, well, and disposed of the body, he said, well, I want to know where the body is. I want the bones so that I can give him a burial. And when they claimed the bones were thrown in a river and disappeared, he said, well, then I want reparation. I want something in lieu of this as reparation, not monetary reparation, but some acknowledgement of another kind. And when the perpetrators went before the Amnesty Committee to apply for amnesty for what they'd done, he said, "I want justice." Now, these are not mutually incompatible needs. Ordinary people are very sophisticated in sequencing their needs, and they change across time. And so there's a real danger that through the transitional justice lens, we pigeonhole victims, we create archetypal victim identity, and we do victim communities a grave injustice. There are other reasons why the victim-centered approach associated with transitional justice should alert us to some dangers, not because it's the wrong way to go, but just because of the practice. The first is the real danger that victimhood becomes a denial of agency. We see victims as communities that we act upon rather than communities that act themselves. The second is that victimhood as an entrenched identity can be a progenitor of cyclical patterns of violence and conflict. In Kosovo, in the work we were doing, it was very important to bring victim communities into the room when we were facilitating mediations between Kosovar Albanians and Serbs. But the fact is the victims came in with pictures of severed heads, fury and anger, and a real interest in reigniting the conflict. It was a very difficult process. Not illegitimate, but we need to understand it. The third is that victimhood often, it often obliterates these, what I talked about is these complex identities, the diverse, changing nature of victim identities. And we often think of victims as victims of a particular crime and lose sight of the relationship of that crime to other things in their lives. What I talked about is this indivisibility of their exposure and victimization. What does this mean for the transitional justice tools? And I won't have time, but I'll very briefly go through them. The first is trials. Well, and there is a set of transitional justice mechanisms and instruments. I'm not sure we should be too mechanistic. We shouldn't think of it as a toolbox, but I don't have time to go into that. Trials, on the one hand, may be very important in crafting an official acknowledgement of culpability and responsibility, whether it's international trials, whether it's national institutions, highly localized processes, customary and traditional systems. The closer to people themselves, the more likelihood that it has the legitimacy quotient and the value of this. But trials are also often trapped by the need to deal with individual culpability and individual accountability and wrestle with the wider system that enabled these things to happen. And so they have their boundaries on often resolving more individually the issues. Window cases are very important because an individual case can be a window on a broader set of experience that has relevance to victim communities and to a wider society. And the other thing about trials is they often deal primarily with the symptoms rather than the causes of conflict. What happened to you? How did it happen? Not the system that enabled it, the mechanisms that did. Truth commissions often resolve that. They're better at engaging with the broad antecedents, the underlying causes of conflict, the broader agenda, based on not just the right to truth that societies as well as individuals have, arguably an emerging norm in international law, but also a duty to remember, a duty on societies through archive, through acknowledgement, etc., etc. Truth commissions can be much better at revealing the systems, investigating the institutions, etc., addressing causes and underlying causes rather than just the symptoms of conflict. They seldom do this, but they have the potential to do so. There are also dangers with truth-seeking and truth commissions. On the one hand, we assume that their goal is to open the dialogue, but truth commissions can be manipulated in ways that are about creating a new historical orthodoxy about the past that closes the conversation rather than opening it up. There are very powerful examples of this in Nicaragua, it's arguable in Congo, in Serbia, etc. I won't talk about reparation because it's been talked about, but it's another mechanism. I think the reparations debate fall at the heart of this challenge about, do we provide reparation for a closed group of victims? Are we providing individual reparation? How do we think about reparation which is communal and collective and societal? And all of the reparation designs in any society wrestle with these balancing acts between, is there enough individual acknowledgement and engagement, and how much can we do that is societal rather than individual? I wish I had more time to talk about this. I think that we need to also recognize that in some ways, all reparation, whilst some societies look at, do we do reparation through compensation? Is it pecuniary? Is it symbolic? That in some ways, reparation is always about trying to repair the irreparable. That it's always symbolic to some extent. You can't bring back lost loved ones. So it's very important to recognize that dimension of that. And that also sets limits. I think the most important thing about reparation is the notion of acknowledgement and a recognition. Recognition of victims as rights holders, that they have entitlements as a consequence of their victimization, is very important from a human rights perspective, a relational approach to human rights. But it's also very important to recognize acknowledgement as the object of the exercise, sometimes in reparation. Azar Kachalia, a victim of torture, once said to me, I don't need to know what happened to me when I was tortured. I was there. I need to be able to tell people what happened, and I need it to be acknowledged by my society. It's the difference between truth-seeking as a fact-finding exercise and truth-telling as an exercise of testimony and acknowledgement, and that is very important. The last two, I would love to talk about memory and memorials. It's been talked about a lot, so I won't. I'll defer to all the other experts in the room. There are two other dimensions of transitional justice that I want to draw your attention to. The one is the question of institutional roles and institutional responsibility. This is very important in what I said in systemic and massive orchestrated violence, whether it's apartheid or genocide or other crimes against humanity, war crimes, etc., etc. It's very important that we think about justice as being about addressing the culpability and the transformation of the institutions, whether it's about policing and military complicity, whether it's about the role of media both as a progenitor of conflict, Radio Rwanda, the South African Broadcasting Corporation, we could talk forever about how media is a critical, but also a tool for transformation in societies, that it is the object of change in the exercise, and a prevention approach. Systems of education, which guide and drive oppression on the one hand, yet should be vehicles of liberation. Two schools under one roof in post-conflict Bosnia, which nonetheless continue to keep ethnic groups apart and learning different histories about their common legacies. So I just want to emphasize that. And the last transitional justice mechanism that I want to draw your attention to is a little bit more controversial, and it is the question of amnesty. I do want to say that this is not about amnesty for international crimes, genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity. I think the global norms and law on this are clear. But even the Geneva Protocols do provide for amnesties which enable, in societies where violations are massive and systematic, to use this as a tool for bringing people back and reintegrating former combatants. And the best example I can give is the amnesty in Uganda, which involves mothers who are essentially saying we need to avoid the issue of accountability through legal means in order to allow our children who were coerced child soldiers to come back home. It's not an impunity approach, it's a reintegration approach. I don't have time to talk you through my concluding remarks. I have a few, hopefully I'll get to them in question time.
Thank you very much, and we will now move on to our final presentation.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you, moderator. As you know, my name is mentioned, so I will not come back to that. I have to say I have a lot of compassion for you to have to listen to very long days like that. So you'll bear with me. I apologize for that, while I'm thanking Never Again for having me here As a speaker, it's really an honor and privilege to share with such an audience about so complex things of that. As the one we've been listening to, I guess, yesterday, and this morning, and now. I want to say that my presentation will very much benefit from the previous ones, particularly those of my panel, because I will come even narrowly on the case study of Rwanda. I've been asked to discuss about the transitional justice mechanisms in the case of Rwanda. And already I will even limit that territory of Rwanda, because Rwanda is known to have operated a multitude of transitional mechanisms. I will focus on one. It is not so surprising that we continue to discuss about that concept and those practices because through years, and particularly over the last 15 or close to 20 years, transitional justice mechanism has rose like the mode of dealing with massive violence, as my predecessor was saying, but most importantly also, in the case of Rwanda, with social fragmentation. It's as if transitional justice, that term that has so many definitions eventually, has become the mode par excellence of dealing with massive violence. It has been exported. So your expectation would be that perhaps I will tell you about the extent to which the many transitional mechanisms, transitional justice mechanisms in Rwanda have been about bringing social cohesion and even more delicately healing. So I'm going to tell you immediately that I will disappoint you because I will not speak about that way. The extent to which we can deliver cohesion and healing is a very important question I have to recognize because cohesion and healing, I'm more careful with healing that as I expressed this before lunch, but it is an important good, particularly when we're speaking about the kind of conflict, violent conflict, that involved not only violence made by those who have the monopoly of violence in society, but also by ordinary people, those unwilling executioners. So it is an important good, and we have to care about the extent to which transitional justice mechanisms deliver cohesion and healing. And also, perhaps the second reason, there's been over the last 2 decades huge investment on transitional justice practices of all kinds. Key among them is today the International Criminal Code, but you know what has caused the Truth Commission in South Africa, but also ICTY, ICTR, and the like. But in the process, there has been development of models. There have been experts, part of what they call the epistemic community of transitional justice on the expert industry. So experts have designed, developed, tested models in different settings where there have been massive violence. And they want to return those models. Do they work or not? And also, we want to know to evaluate those. So it is legitimate to expect that when we speak about transitional justice mechanisms, we want to know whether or not they have brought cohesion. That's why I apologize to disappoint you, because this is not my focus. I will not speak about that, but I will speak rather about the extent to which and in what ways those we mandate, societies, the expert industry, or global developers of all kinds mandate with the responsibility to bring about transitional justice. We know, we don't speak about the actors behind those transitional justice mechanisms, and that's where I want to shift my focus. I have to say also that I will not speak in the beginning, at least, of healing. I will try to open it as a question in my concluding remarks. So my territory, to cut the long story short, is about examining how, in a particular transitional mechanism in Rwanda, namely the Inkiko Gacaca, the actors, the key actors of the Inkiko Gacaca, inyangamugayo, I'm sorry, I will state that in Kinyarwanda because I don't like the translation in any other language. It is imperfect, but I'll say what is it. So I want to discuss about the actors who the law of 2001, the first organic law in Gacaca, mandated with the responsibility to adjudicate cases of genocide and related crimes in the communities where they witnessed, where they continue to live. And why is it so? It is so because the extent of social fragmentation, not only in all the cases that have been exposed to you, but particularly in Rwanda, is so high. We need to ask ourselves, how come those community elected people who have the two hats of being community members became adjudicators of what their colleagues, their relatives have done? How did they manage to do it? How did they sit together and start working about it anyway? And I've liked what Dr. Teresa has mentioned in the beginning. One of the particularities and what's also motivated this focus is that in Rwanda, the intimacy of violence is so intense. The relationship between perpetrators and their victims is unprecedented. I've met people who have killed their own, how do you say, fuel. Those for whom they have been godfathers, godmothers, school teachers, doctors, nurses. Proximity between victims and their perpetrators is so intimate. And when you add to that what she mentioned also, that they continue to live in the same site, for most of them, where the pain was suffered, is important. So these are some of the reasons. And then my overall question is, how do they manage to do teamwork? A bit of briefing about the odd words that I've been mentioning before. When I speak about Inkiko Gacaca, it is what is referred to like Gacaca courts in most of the parlance and in the literature as well. In the case of Rwanda, after the 2001 law, more than 250,000 such courts were created in the community. Number two, hundreds of thousands of people have been elected by their communities to act like what you know in the Anglo-Saxon system as jurors, the jury, collectively bringing about the cases of Gacaca. So the point of departure is that we know very little about those inyangamugayo and the ways in which they have managed to do their work. What exists, in spite of the explosion of research about Gacaca, two issues have concerned those who have written about inyangamugayo. One, that they were not lawyers. They didn't have a legal background. That has been a main concern when it came to inyangamugayo. Number two, not very much in the academic literature, but within Rwanda, the great literature has spoken about those inyangamugayo. Inyangamugayo is more or less people of high integrity who are elected by their peers. Here in Rwanda, many cases of people who didn't deserve to be part of the Inyangamugayo have been discovered afterwards. And also the cases of corruptions have been there. Much as we appreciate that is very important, but if you look at the numerous, the hundreds of thousands of those who want part of it, you think that it's still important to go beyond those aspects. So, in Inyangamugayo, those people of high integrity have from 2002 to 2012 received 1,127,706 cases, and they have adjudicated 1,059,298 cases. And the Nyangamugayo have this particularity that it is the first time a nation decides to abandon the power of adjudicating cases of genocide and crimes against humanity to ordinary men and women. So my study has been a long study and part of a greater study. I have a paper here with Never Again. Maybe you'll see it one day. My research is very narrow because I went to two in Hiko Gacaca of the southern part of Rwanda, in Muboni and Nyakizu. I've interviewed 14 in-depth interviews of Inyangamugayo. The context, you know that, Dr. Shaka has spoken about that, the intimacy and so on. But now, my problem was, since nothing is discussed about the actors behind transitional mechanisms, where do I find the analytical tools to go about thinking about what they are doing? I took two ways. First of all, I went to the social cohesion literature, particularly the subset of social capital that you mentioned, popularized by Putman. And I thought about bonding, bridging, and linking social capital. I paired it with the literature on group forming. Caron and colleagues spoke about steps to create a group, to create a team, forming, storming, norming, and performing. So with the notions of network, interaction, and contact, I happened to make sense a little bit of what I was saying. And what did I see? The main findings were about who are the Inyangamugayo. And here I have to say, my point of the departure, I've studied and I've practiced international law before going to that. So I have been framed to think that the work they were doing was the work of experts as the rest. But it struck me how important it was to have people, when we speak about cohesion, when we speak about bonding, bridging, and linking, how it makes so much sense to have people who have not so much literacy in law, but much more social competence, much more capacity of going towards their own community and working on themselves. Number two, what I found out also is about the importance for a country like Rwanda, where the sites of genocide should be also the site of cohesion. How it is so important to have not so much expert, but to have transitional justice from below. And particularly because one of the two difficult things my inyangamugayo of Muboni and Nyakizu were doing was what they have called in the Gacaca law, inama ya gatandatu n'inama ya karindwi. In those two sessions, inyangamugayo had the heavy responsibility, first of all, to determine who is alleged perpetrator. And number two, to determine what is the adequate sentence. And this is too heavy for a community member. And we're speaking about intimacy. We're speaking about people who know those they are judging personally. So that's how difficult it was. And they managed to do it. I will finish to that. They managed to do it differently. In Muboni, better than in Nyakizu. In Muboni, they managed to do it by, first of all, trying to relate to one another within the group. And initially, we are speaking about something that has started in 2002, meaning 8 years, roughly, after the genocide. And at that time, even the issue of speaking to one another, families were broken. I remember the case of a person who, a 78-year-old man, whose brothers has forced to kill his younger wife, freshly married, and this family will never become one again. And you had among Inyangamugayo people who have those different experiences, whose brother, whose sister, and who perhaps himself or herself has done such a thing. So even getting to talk to one another, even getting to want to be physically in the same space, even trying to interact or inviting one another in the same functions was not part of what they were doing. There was instrumental interaction because they were physically in the same space. And whenever they could avoid to be together, they would do. So in Muboni, where you had 2 members of the 7 of Inyangamugayo bench who were socially very competent and able to bring others together and to happen to have interaction outside of the Inhiko Gacaca, this made a difference compared to Nyakizu, where there were much more resistance to forming as a group and much more friction. I will not have the time to discuss about that in details, but what does that tell me? That's a very quick rise on very complex matters. What did it teach me as a person who was looking at transitional justice mechanism and the issue of cohesion? And most importantly, responding to the question that is central to this international conference, does transitional justice mechanism heal? I don't know up to now, because as I told you, my reservation, but it's probably because I'm not very intelligent, I don't know if people heal collectively in the same way, in the same circumstances. That's one I've tried desperately. The more I learn, the less I know. But what I've known is that in their own setting, those who have managed in Umuboni have been able to overcome avoidance, have had much more contact than they did before, and have gone beyond instrumental interaction. And that's one is particularly important here because in Rwanda, when you have the ceremonies of Gusaba, the introduction of or dowry, presentation, etc., fiançailles, when you have that, you don't have as the parents of the concerned person to speak by yourself. You always bring members of the family or very good friends. What has happened in Muboni particularly is that they have started to call upon people they would avoid otherwise to be those people among the high table when they come to ask for Gusaba ceremony. Another thing also, the instances of drinking together. The social act of drinking together is very important in this, and it is an indicator of interaction. You don't drink with anybody in the same way. So people would drink together. And the third thing that came up of the interview is that when you have grown bananas, you always make a drink. You celebrate that moment, and the people who you call for that drink are Inhoramutima. So those people are close to you. And in Muboni, it transpired from the interviews that they were much more on that than in Nyakizu. Further studies will tell the extent to which what I've witnessed in Muboni and Nyakizu happened in many other places or not. As I told you in the beginning, Muboni and Nyakizu are only two of hundreds of instances. Younger people will do other research about that. But what they might want to know, they might want to use as a starting point or a hypothesis that in Hiko Gachacha has been a setting of mobilizing social capital in terms of bonding, bridging, linking to different degrees. And Inyangamugayo have been drivers of mobilization of this bonding, bridging, and linking. Thank you very much for giving me time.
Thank you, everyone. I was very pleased to have such excellent presenters and expertise. Please kindly remember that their biographies are in the back of the book. So do read those when you have a chance. A couple of themes that have come out that I wanted to mention is that, one, transitional justice can deliver social cohesion from what we've heard, but does not always. Is this better? Okay. So it can deliver social cohesion, and there are mechanisms to do so, but it does not always. We have to remember that it must be considered within the social context. To heal the community, you must understand the community. Thank you. And tailor it for what because what works in one place does not work in others. And I think we've heard some excellent examples of how reparations vary between contexts, how trials can make a difference, how you must understand the society to understand what will work in Rwanda versus what will not work. And so this is key, and I hope we can explore this in some of our questions along with other questions, because it does mean, all of this is in contextual. What does reparations mean? What is justice? What is transitional justice? Acknowledgement from what we heard is very key. And acknowledgement, these programs without acknowledgement it's simply actions. You have to have both. You have to have that acknowledgement and then something to back it up. But you did not necessarily come to hear me talk. So what I was thinking we would do is take 5 or 6 questions, hopefully 1 to 2 per panelist, and then after we take about 6 questions, let each panelist respond to these questions. And then if they allow us more time, we can do another set of questions. But I know we're short on time as they keep prompting me. So anyone want to start out with a question?
Merci. Moi, je m'appelle Odile Boulaboula. Je suis coordinatrice adjointe du réseau d'innovation organisationnelle de l'Église du Christ au Congo. Je travaille à Bukavu, en RDC. J'ai une question. D'abord, je dois remercier pour la qualité des exposés que nous avons suivis depuis le matin jusqu'à maintenant. Ce sont des exposés vraiment appréciables et qui donnent des voies de réponse à notre contexte plein de difficultés, aussi bien au Rwanda qu'en RDC. Ma question, c'est en rapport avec la situation générale et je l'adresse au professeur Agé, parce que j'ai vu qu'il y a beaucoup d'actions qui sont orientées vers les victimes. J'ai apprécié aussi les formes de réparation qui ont été mises en place par le gouvernement, mais je ne sais pas qu'est-ce qui est fait pour les bourreaux. Est-ce qu'on les abandonne et après ils vont devenir encore beaucoup plus violents qu'ils ne l'ont été? Est-ce qu'il y a des actions qui s'adressent aussi aux bourreaux? Merci.
Oui, je suis Deogracias Bouma, secrétaire exécutif de l'ONG Action pour la paix et la concorde APC en République démocratique du Congo. Nous sommes basés à Bukavu. Je voulais compléter la préoccupation de Madame Odile. Au fait, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas de crainte que les résultats jusque-là observables dans ces processus de healing ne soient confondables, par exemple, à une casserole qui est couverte hermétiquement. Alors, comment on travaille sur le feu qui s'allume en même temps en dessous de la casserole et que on n'a pas la possibilité d'ouvrir le couvercle. Donc, je voulais voir quels sont les instruments qui sont mis en place pour essayer de mesurer vraiment le niveau de la paix du cœur des bourreaux, pour dire que le pardon qu'ils ont acquis des victimes, qu'ils l'ont vraiment accepté comme tel et que l'association à la vie nationale les satisfasse au point que même plus tard, une telle situation ne peut plus se reproduire malgré par exemple le changement des conditions sociopolitiques.
Thank you very much. My name is Bonnie from Never Again, Rwanda. I have a very quick question to Dr. Aj. From your research, do you think the implications of lack of compensation on the healing process, especially among the genocide survivors, and something also related to that, I'm wondering from your findings if the existence of different types of wounds and in the process of healing, you think this explains what other research, what different research have shown regarding low levels of citizen participation, particularly in planning? Do you think there is an implication to that? Thank you.
My name is Annemiek Richters from the social therapy, community-based social therapy program in Rwanda. I have one question for Ajay and one for Alice. Can't we say that you said, there are hardly individualized formal reparation programs in Rwanda, But can't we say that Cachacha is an individualized formal reparation program because it's individuals who have to repair the damage done? And then my question is, if that's so, you said that what is very much missing in the research is the perspective of the victims, how they look at reparation. But if we really want to know what is the impact of reparation on reconciliation, I think what is even more missing is the perspective of the perpetrators, and particularly the perspective of the families of the perpetrators, the children and the spouses of perpetrators. Because if we don't know that, how can we say, we cannot say that much on the impact of reconciliation or reparation on reconciliation, because we know, at least from our program, we know that reparation also have a lot of negative effects in terms of reconciliation, and that, like in Cachacha, some sort of psychosocial support as community-based social therapy is given and Never Again is given, is also needed for this second aspect of reparation, and that's the symbolic kind of reparation. And then my question to Alice is about, I cannot pronounce well the Kinyarwanda word for former Cachacha judges, but you said, they contributed very much to bonding, bridging, social capital, which may very well be true in the period of Cachacha, but we also know that since Cachacha, many of the former Cachacha judges are in a very difficult social position within their communities. And it's the communities sometimes, or part of the communities, of course, or individuals, who make life very difficult for the former judges. And it's a destruction more of social capital, what partly, not only, happened after Cachacha finished. Thank you.
Sorry. I have a question for Dr. Eche and a question for Graham. My first question is to Dr. Eche is that, does the reparation concept that was adopted in Rwanda include restoration of properties looted or lost in the conflict? In the Somali context, we still know that some of the properties that was lost in the conflict are still at the hands of the perpetrators, and it somehow undermines the reconciliation processes. So that's my question to Dr. Ajay. My question to Graham is that how can the transitional justice concept can be applied in the Somali context, where still we are at a stage of denial, where the perpetrators are still denying of committing such war crimes? Thank you.
We have two more up here, please. We've got one and two.
Merci. Je suis Glorieuse d'Internationalist. J'ai une question pour établir un lien donc établir le pont entre le passé et le futur à travers la justice transitionnelle. Et j'aimerais que vous puissiez établir un lien entre la résilience et la justice transitionnelle et la réparation. Merci.
Yes, I have a brief question to Graham Simpson. Concerning the question of the institutional dimension you talked about, you said that genocide, this special character of genocide is that it does not only destruct horizontal but also vertical trust structures. So the trust in institutions, trust in political order, the trust in the state and authority is destroyed or seriously harmed. And you were referring to these narratives and meta-narratives, and could you elaborate a bit on these issues? especially when we talk about healing, I find the term problematic, especially because it's always problematic to use metaphors, and I think it's a metaphorical use of the word healing that we all know come out of medical context. So could you elaborate a bit on these narratives and meta-narratives you were hinting at in terms of the reference of institutional, or the destruction of institutional trust?
All right, thank you. We will now start with Dr. Eji and then let him respond, and we will then go down our panelists and let them each have a chance to respond, and then we will collect more questions.
Thank you, moderator, for the floor. I got a couple of questions, and the first one came from Madame Odile. La question consiste à savoir ce que le gouvernement fait, la société en général, pour les bourreaux. Je vais commencer par dire qu'il y a un sentiment très partagé chez les rescapés du génocide, que le gouvernement a même fait beaucoup pour les bourreaux, qu'il n'a pas fait pour les victimes. Il y a même un journal, Rushacha, qui a fait un rapport là-dessus. Pourquoi? Pas parce que le gouvernement aime les bourreaux que les victimes, mais parce que les bourreaux exercent une charge excessivement énorme sur le budget de l'État. Et les révisions qui, je pense que Mme Alice va peut-être y revenir, les révisions qui ont faites sur la loi Gachacha étaient généralement destinées à assouplir les conditions, à favoriser la révélation de la vérité contre la réduction des peines, ainsi de suite. Il y a une étude qui a été conduite par la Commission nationale pour l'unité et la réconciliation l'année passée sur les conditions d'intégration et de réintégration des bourreaux au sein de la communauté rwandaise. Et les résultats montrent que le problème majeur qu'ils ont, c'est le stigma. Ils se sentent toujours marginalisés, non pas parce que le gouvernement cherche à les marginaliser ou les voisins, mais parce qu'ils ont commis un crime extrêmement grave. Et tout le monde sait, vous avez suivi le film, vous avez suivi le jeune homme qui disait que ça me dérange beaucoup, m'appeler fils de tel qui est emprisonné pour génocide. Il y a beaucoup d'efforts, beaucoup d'initiatives. Au niveau de la protection sociale, les bourreaux sont éligibles aux mesures de protection qui sont en place. Il n'y a pas de discrimination. Seul le fonds qui est destiné aux rescapés du génocide est spécifique. Pour le reste, les bourreaux sont traités de la même manière que les autres Rwandais, selon leur niveau de vie. La question de Deo Gracias, les instruments pour mesurer la paix du cœur chez les bourreaux. Très difficile, c'est une notion très abstraite. Même si les gens te disent que oui, nous avons la paix, nous sommes réconciliés, on n'a pas des instruments fiables pour mesurer à quel degré ces gens se sont réconciliés. Nous nous contentons très souvent des déclarations qu'ils font. Dans le baromètre de réconciliation qui est publié après chaque 5 ans, je crois, on nous dit que nous sommes réconciliés à 87%. Ce qui est énorme dans un contexte post-génocide. Mais quand tu prends les rescapés individuellement, ils te disent autre chose. Ils te disent que c'est quoi la réconciliation? Ils commencent par questionner le concept même de réconciliation. Qu'est-ce que vous attendez des victimes du génocide? Est-ce que c'est du rétablissement de la confiance? Est-ce que c'est l'abandon du sentiment de vengeance? Est-ce que c'est une sorte de collaboration et d'interaction? Le taux de récidivisme au Rwanda est de 4% parmi les bourreaux du génocide. Parmi ces gens qui ont commis le génocide, l'étude a montré que seulement 4% ont récidivé. Je pense que c'est un indicateur du niveau d'intégration. Les pays qui n'ont pas connu le génocide, comme le Canada, comme les États-Unis, parfois le taux de récidivisme est à 65%. À mon avis, c'est un indicateur le plus grand problème qu'ils ont, c'est le problème des stigmas par rapport au reste de la communauté. Et je crois qu'il y a des organisations de la société civile, le gouvernement, notamment la Commission pour la réconciliation, qui travaillent de manière consistante. Yes, the question of Bonnie, lack of compensation for genocide survivors. What are the impacts, the negative effects? How does that relate to the level of civil participation, which is low, have you said, I think? Yeah, the impact of lack of compensation is that genocide survivors are frustrated, deeply frustrated by not being given this individual direct compensation, especially in terms of money, financial means. They expressed this. When I was referring to the case of Farge, I didn't mention it because of time. I do remember what they were telling me. They told me the Fund for Genocide Survivors has contributed to reconciliation between us, genocide survivors, and the government, but not perpetrators. Reconciliation between genocide survivors and the government refers to some extent to what my colleague was saying, trust in public institutions, that the government cares about our suffering, our poverty, the living conditions in which we are. Whether it has an impact on the level of participation, I don't know. I think this is a big question that necessitates a specific study to understand, and particularly disaggregated information. Yeah, the question from Anne Mielk on individualized reparation that is provided for in the Gacaca. Yes, Penal Reform International had already predicted that too much attachment to individual reparations by genocide perpetrators is likely to negatively affect the process of reconciliation and produce a boomerang, have a boomerang effect. Instead of promoting social cohesion, it will create tensions, mainly because those people who committed genocide have nothing. They are among the poorest in this country. Some of them have spent years in prisons and don't have enough means, not only to repair what they did, but also to survive. So attaching too much importance to this individualized reparation is likely to threaten social cohesion. It's not necessarily going to lead to more harmonious relationships between the two groups. But this does not mean that genocide survivors are no longer entitled to reparations just because we fear it will destabilize the developing reconciliation. What other question was this directed to my colleagues, I think? So I think at least we have time to not only supplement my answers, but probably introduce new elements. I totally agree with you that overzealous attachment to individual reparations that is to be paid by those people who committed genocide is probably not going to lead to more peaceful conditions, considering the level of poverty that they are experiencing.
Ladies first works here. Thank you, Mr. Simpson. From the sociotherapy, I don't know if it's migrator, if I got the name clearly. You mentioned rightly that it is a challenge. It has been really a challenge for Inyangamugayo, who by virtue of the two hearts, two positions of community members as well as authorities to adjudicate cases of genocide and related crimes, they have been put in particular difficulty. I think rightly so. And you can see very well in the case of Nyakizu, the difficulties that Inyangamugayo had when they wanted to relate to their own situation. I remember very well a case where one child came to claim the property of the wife of his father, of her father, and her own mother was member of the jury. So it was a very difficult situation. That said, I think, and I plead guilty as charged myself for the same, I think thinkers, practitioners, policymakers, and the like, we have one thing in common when it comes to dealing with the kind of problems we are dealing with. We invest so much in doing what we are doing. We relate so much to the problems we are facing, and we want to do good. So we want to see solutions. And we forget that we are dealing with things unparalleled. And it is only to be expected that Inyangamugayo be in a very difficult situation. As when the killings were taking place, it was very difficult. I remember very much the testimony of, because before that, I used to be a watchdog of the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda on gender-based crimes. And I remember one of the witnesses who have been key in the case of Akayesu, where I've been invested mostly, witness JJ. When we came back in September 1998 with the result, personally, invested myself very much in trying to make, with my friend Mary, who was here, maybe she has gone, and Tony and others, we were agitating to have the women's experience being heard in the work of the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. So when we came back from Arusha, for that matter, it was in terms of legal decision. As you know, Akayesu case was unparalleled. And we came back and went to Taba when this witness was leaving. And I remember very well, she asked me two questions that up to now, since '98, continue to puzzle me, and it is a food for thought up to now. She said, listen, yes, we have heard that, but let me tell you, Akayesu was a good man. He used to play football with my husband. Look at all the difficulties you have had to hide yourself to come to my place here to protect me. Is it justice? She said, lastly, you know, I came to this community from Musambira, the next place. I said, 20 years ago, I was married here, and I'm a school teacher. When I saw, she was a Hutu woman whose husband has been killed, a Tutsi. She said, when I saw my own students, people have been a godmother of, tracking my husband and my children to death. When I stand up in class, what should I tell to my students? Look at the pictures. I had 5 children. This is the only remaining one. These are the kind of things we are speaking, and they're particularly difficult. We have to expect difficulties and complexity forever. Those who have studied the Shoah and the Holocaust know transgenerational trauma. We have to be prepared to see. We would like to, but we should not hurry with the healing. That's why I'm so cautious when I speak about those things. So I think this is always contextual. I think Mr. Simpson mentioned that context, always context. And because we don't understand so well how the human body and the soul of the perpetrator or the victim or the community that's just witnessed, we need to be prepared for surprises. Lastly, my very good friend and colleague, Dr. Shaka, asked me to chip in. And c'est la question de Madame Boulaboula et Monsieur Ngouma, je pense, sur la question de quelles sont les mesures qui sont prises à l'égard des bourreaux. En termes je vais vous dire simplement en courant, parce que je ne pense pas que j'ai assez de temps pour ça. Dr Chiaka a parlé des amendements de Gachacha qui sont allés de plus en plus cléments vers les bourreaux. Il y a aussi l'introduction de la mesure de TIGE, travaux d'intérêt général. C'est la première fois pour des questions de génocide et des crimes contre l'humanité que des peines communautaires qui généralement sont considérées du domaine des crimes mineurs ont été introduites pour pouvoir donner la latitude aux bourreaux de pouvoir être réintégrés, de faire quelque chose qui réduit le stigma social dont ils souffrent en leur rendant utile à la société. Mais je vais parler des cas beaucoup moins connus, en commençant par les plus connus. La question de la réintégration. Je pense que la fusion des armées, telle qu'elle s'est passée au Rwanda, est un cas de réintégration des anciens combattants adverses, qui est assez important. Non seulement il y a les mesures de démobilisation, des désarmements et de réintégration, mais vous serez peut-être intéressé de savoir que aujourd'hui, la deuxième personnalité en charge des prisons, Rwanda Correctional Services, c'est une dame qui est lieutenant-colonel, mais qui est ex-phare, qui fait partie de l'armée, qui a conduit le génocide. Au niveau des RDF, Rwanda Defense Forces, l'armée rwandaise, vous serez intéressé de savoir qu'au niveau de haut commandement, il y a les ex-phares. Et ils ont été systématiquement réintégrés non seulement dans l'armée, mais aussi dans les travaux communautaires qui a eu lieu, y compris dans les juridictions Gachacha. Donc, vous seriez aussi intéressé de savoir qu'il y a au Rwanda, au niveau politique de haut niveau, ce qu'on appelle Unity Club. Je crois que Dr Ndushabandi pourra en parler. La secrétaire exécutive de Unity Club, qui est un club des anciens ministres et des personnalités de haut rang, pour créer l'unité parmi eux. La secrétaire exécutive, c'est la fille du président Sindi Kubwabo. Sindi Kubwabo, c'est le président qui a mis le génocide en exécution. Elle a travaillé très près de l'épouse du président du Rwanda, au bureau de la présidence pendant longtemps, et maintenant c'était elle qui est en charge de Unity Club. Un autre exemple peut-être parlant, pour dire le niveau de réintégration qui se fait aussi, c'est que la directrice du cabinet du président a pour une de ses assistantes une personne dont la maman est prisonnière de génocide. Donc, je pense que les Rwandais ne sont pas si bons à parler de ce qu'ils font aussi sur ça. Je ne pense pas qu'on reconstruit une société, on communique sur la reconstruction aussi facilement, mais il y a ainsi des exemples frappants pour vous dire à quel point la question non seulement des victimes est prise en compte, mais aussi la question des bourreaux. Ceci dit, encore une fois, le Rwanda et d'autres pays qui ont connu, il n'y a aucune réponse satisfaisante. Il y a des efforts de réponse et je pense que la vie reprend ses droits. Je pense qu'avant que nous ne connaissions des situations de violences massives, l'humanité dont nous sommes partis a connu des violences massives sans la justice transitionnelle. Et l'humanité a survécu à ces violences massives. Vous savez que la France et l'Angleterre se sont battus pendant 100 ans. La guerre des 100 ans, c'est dans l'histoire. Vous savez, avant le traité de Westphalie en Europe, combien les États européens se sont fait la guerre. Et si vous allez en détail connaître ce qui s'est passé pendant la Première Guerre mondiale, 14-18 et 39-45, y compris des instances de viol telles que nous connaissons. Vous saurez que l'humanité a en elle aussi des ressources importantes qu'il ne faut pas sous-estimer. Donc les réponses ne sont jamais seulement institutionnalisées. La sociothérapie est très bonne, mais elle a ses limites. La vie reprend ses droits.
Okay, so I'm going to just begin very quickly with a throwaway on a question that wasn't directed at me, and that was the question of whether or not there are systems of reparation or approaches to reparation which ensure that those who have ill-gotten gains are forced to pay them. And there's some very interesting examples. Some are coercive, whether through the courts or through other forms of encouragement. There were very strong movements to try and ensure that corporations, transnational corporations that traded and profited under apartheid were forced to, through tort actions in the US, provide reparation to victims. In South Africa, most of those tort claims failed. There were some voluntary attempts to get South African corporations to commit to reparation funds. There were limited contributions. And I think it didn't win a huge amount of confidence, but perhaps one of the most interesting illustrations is the Colombian case, which is very much current, both during the course of the Peace and Justice Law in 2006, looking at the demobilization of paramilitaries, and subsequently built into the agreement between the government of Colombia and the FARC, a really interesting criteria for reparation which insisted that ill-gotten gains should be subject to asset forfeiture in favor of victims. And one other really interesting case, which was a legal action brought by representatives of the victims of the Marcos regime in the Philippines, which sought to claim back the Marcos billions through corruption for victim reparation. And that was partially successful. Very interesting initiative because I won't go into it, but these are just some really interesting cases and examples that you could look at around that particular issue. I want to begin with a challenge which I think faces us when we think about these issues, and it'll help me answer a couple of the questions. The danger that sometimes we come to this as international lawyers, and we often assume that the reason we do these things is because we have to. That there is a normative obligation, that these are crimes so terrible that we must do something about them, and we must hold people accountable. And there is a value in that normative framework. I don't think we should dismiss it. I think it's very important. But I think there is a more tactile challenge which may help us to think about the how rather than the what. And that is the question of whether or not what we do is transformative. And so for me, the challenge is how do we get from the normative to the transformative? And I'll raise this in relation to two issues. The first is in relation to the question of institutions. And I really do think that this is, in a way, the poor cousin in the transitional justice lexicon. Not enough attention has been given to this. To the extent that it has been by reference to the guarantees of non-repetition. How do we make sure that the institutions which enabled, facilitated, and created an environment in which these violations happened are changed in such a way that they become guardians and protectors of a discourse which prevents them from ever happening again? So the notion of nunca más, never again, is very much embedded in how we think about this. And they're different, I can't go into detail, they're different illustrations. There's a very technical answer to this, which I'm not satisfied with. And I think the field of transitional justice has become a bit obsessed with it. And that is this whole issue of vetting. It's convenient. It's the process of excluding people who have, on the basis of their conduct, have blood on their hands from any positions in public office. To some extent, to prevent political people who've been perpetrators to benefit at the negotiation table by their negotiation of political leadership in certain positions. There are other reasons, which is that we should guarantee that no victim of torture should ever walk into a police station to report a crime and see his torturer across the desk, the charge office desk. So how do you remove people? And it has the convenience that it's an administrative law approach. It doesn't have all the requirements of criminal law. You can do it more easily, etc., etc. I think that's a narrow approach. I think it's relevant and it's useful. It's subject to abuse. De-Baathification in Iraq resulted in everyone who was a member of the Ba'ath Party being removed from their positions of office in the wake of the invasion of Iraq. I think it was a huge problem when almost everyone, if you want to get a job as a teacher, you had to be a member of the Ba'ath Party. It dismantled the state. It dismantled the education system. It dismantled systems of social welfare. It wasn't just about getting to the orchestrators of Ba'athist abuses. The Liberian Truth Commission made a recommendation in favor of vetting, but it recommended that no one who was implicated in the findings of the Truth Commission should be allowed to hold public office. Well, that was a small problem because the sitting president, the first African woman president, was one of those mentioned in the Truth Commission. The idea of removing her from that role would have induced such political volatility it wasn't realistic. But the much more interesting approaches are those which look at how do we tell the story in the same way we look for testimony of survivor or victim stories. How do we tell the story of what institutions did, how they worked? Whether it's, in South Africa, the attention to the media was absolutely critical to understand how it enabled support for the violations, but how it needed to be changed in order to be a new vehicle for voices that had previously been unheard in the society, that, et cetera, et cetera. The integration of policing institutions with the former Liberation Army and the building of a new management infrastructure based on some kind of accounting for what happened, how policing had become politicized and tainted and was linked to police community forums and the building of community police trust. These are much more interesting and don't fall into the classic realm of transitional justice, exercises in the transformative potential of seeing institutions as accountable and transformative. I'm not doing justice to the question, but those are illustrative. The second issue is this also helps us in relation to this question of resilience. I think the resilience issue is one that has huge relevance and some dangers for how we think about the relationship to prevention and the future. Firstly, I would just like to publicize, Interpeace has just done a 2.5-year 3-country study on trying to understand resilience for peace. It's deliberately framed for something. It's not resilience to conflict, because our focus was on what are the attributes, assets, resources, and capacities endogenous, embedded in communities that people draw on in order to deal with the risks of new emerging conflict. So forward-looking, not just retrospective. Yeah? And I think one of the most important aspects of this was not just thinking about resilience as across the whole system. Resilience manifests individually, it manifests in families, it manifests in communities, it manifests in institutions and what makes institutional practice resilient, and it manifests in society. Our systematic approach to the violations begs a systems approach to the way we think about resilience and the connective tissue between these different levels. The way in which local, individual, collective, institutional, and national processes relate is really very important. But more important than that, the resilience literature lends itself to responses where sometimes we can look at this and we can say, my goodness, terrible things happened to these people, but they were incredibly resourceful in the way in which they dealt with these problems. They survived. They coped. Yeah? And there's a dimension to resilience which is about an absorptive capacity. How much terrible stuff can people absorb and still remain functional? I think that falls short of transformation. I think that is absorption. There is another layer which is about how do people adapt to these situations. But there is a dimension to this, and they're not mutually exclusive, in which we can start looking at how forms of resilience are transformative. How do women who deal with terrible situations craft ways of relating that, in the wake of those terrible things, remain in place, enable them to break out of their gender stereotype roles, where they become economic actors, where they become orchestrated. We saw amazing examples of this during the Ebola crisis in Liberia, where people were drawing on the things they'd learned during the conflict and applying it. I think this is a very powerful way of thinking about how the resilience issue relates to a prevention agenda, a forward-looking agenda in relation to these questions, by thinking about resilience not just as, I think, is the danger in the humanitarian sector, that we can look at how people cope with terrible things. No, we need to think about resilience as about the way in which people transform their lives in innovative ways. The last issue was the question of Somalia. I'm probably not doing justice to this. I mean, I have to really avoid answering this question because just as my commitment to local context is everything, I have to recognize I know way too little about Somalia to answer this question intelligently. What I will say, not by reference to Somalia, but by reference to other things, is there are a few really interesting things. I think the transitional justice field evolved around a classic notion of transition, from autocracy to democracy, from conflict to peace, but has become applied much more interestingly to situations of ongoing conflict, on the one hand, and also to societies that are at peace but have not dealt with long-term legacies. For example, Canada's treatment of Indigenous people produced a Truth Commission and a reparations program in Canada that I think models why these are approaches that are not the exclusive preserve of poverty-stricken countries in the developing world, but are as much a concern for established democracies that haven't dealt with their own legacies of abuse. Having said that, one thing Michael Ignatieff said about truth commissions, and this relates to your concern around denialism, is that the value of truth commissions, they may be criticized for many other things, but the one thing they do is they limit the number of permissible lies in circulation. They help eliminate denialism and the testimony of ordinary people. And in my country, I would say, this was not just about the power of victims talking about what happened to them, but one of the most powerful moments in the South African Truth Commission was when a former apartheid torturer, on camera, in the living rooms of every white South African, got down on his hands and knees and demonstrated the wetbag method of torture, what is politely referred to as waterboarding, or not seen as torture in the US. And he demonstrated that on camera. And that was transformative in terms of no white South African who had been part of the system and had been able to deny this could see that image and say it didn't happen.
Sorry for my colleague from Somalia. I unwillingly skipped your question. And whether reparation includes restitution of damaged properties, yes, this is provided for by the Gacaca law, but practically the implementation has remained problematic due to insolvability on the side of perpetrators. Yes, in the law, but in practice, it hasn't materialized yet.
Okay, so apparently we are at time. So hopefully if we did have one or two more questions, we can talk about that afterwards on a break. I'm sure our panelists would be delighted to continue the conversations as we go out. I will now, I'm not actually, what are we doing next? So now I'm turning it over to someone else. Thank you, everyone. Have another round for our presenters.
Thank you, Dr. Stephanie, for the wonderful panel that you've facilitated. Allow me to inform the participants that there is an optional session which Eric is going to give us an introduction of what is going to take place, but I would say that today's session has come to an end. For those who are interested in experience sharing, please allow me to invite Eric, and he gives us how it is going to proceed. I would like to request all the presenters and the facilitators since morning to meet with our programs officer Debbie in the next room. Otherwise, thanks a lot, and we request you kindly to forgive us because this morning we started late due to some minor incidents. But tomorrow morning we hope that we shall be able to keep time and try to finish on time. Thank you.
Thank you so much again, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached the end of the sessions today, and I would like to thank each one of you for your participation. But I would also like to give you an information that we will be having side events, which is about experience sharing between organizations from the DRC, Rwanda, Central African Republic, Somalia, and Kenya, which is going to happen after the break. You can proceed for the break, get a cup of coffee or tea, and as I said, once again, it's the end of the conference, but if you are interested to join the conversation, you are more than welcome to do so. Again, we will begin our sessions today at 8 a.m., and please be here at 8 a.m. Thank you so much.